to decide. As Mike said, his breakthrough came in March of 2017 when he debated YouTuber Zohran, who made explicitly racist claims about immigration and criminal blood entering the American gene pool. Destiny performed relatively well, appearing rational and informed, while Zohran really floundered. The internet celebrated him as a champion of progressive values. What they didn't realize was that they just witnessed the birth of a grift. Destiny had discovered he could debate right-wingers, appear to defeat them, and thus earn eternal credibility with the left while actually serving as a gateway that normalizes reactionary thought by treating it as merely debatable. But we're not here to talk about his ideology. Mike already covered that. We're here for the scandals. And boy, oh boy, God. Jesus fucking Christ, the number of hours I had to spend on Reddit for this.
Oh, no.
You deserve that punishment.
Let's start with the revenge porn lawsuit. In February 2025, fellow streamer Pixie filed a federal lawsuit alleging that Destiny shared a sexual video of her without consent. According to court documents, he recorded their 2020 encounter, shared it with a fan in 2022, and by 2024, it had racked up at least 78,000 views online. When Pixie confronted him in a November 2024 Discord message, Destiny admitted it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. There's literally no excuse. Yet days later, guess what? He publicly claimed the leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. A lie contradicted by his own confession that you just heard. Here's where it gets darker. The lawsuit alleges that approximately 15 women contacted Pixie to report that Destiny had shared explicit images of them without consent. 15. This isn't a mistake. This is a pattern. The lawsuit further alleges he destroyed evidence by deleting text messages once legal action started to loom. Pixie received hundreds of harassing messages after the leak. Her career suffered and her political aspirations were completely damaged. Destiny's response: obfuscation about delays due to Pixie's mental health. Classic abuser playbook. Blame the victim's psychological state. Then there's
Alleged.
Alleged Nick Fuentes blowjob tape. This is completely unconfirmed and uncorroborated, but I would be amiss not to mention the rumor.
Well, I mean, the reason why the rumor has gotten legs is because Nick Fuentes never explicitly said they never had sex. As far as I'm aware, and I'm happy to be corrected on this, is there was a number of weird, non-denial denials from Nick Fuentes.
Him not saying anything really, spit on that thing. Oh my God.
We need to stop.
Stop imagining his beard tickling you and get back to it.
Please cut that part. And we don't need to. We don't need to subject the audience to that.
Yeah, definitely cut that.
Come on, that's humor. This is a podcast. It's supposed to be edgy. Oh, come on, keep it. Our first fight as co-hosts. Do we keep the image of Destiny BJ and their Ezra?
Oh God.
Fred is like, I'm out.
Dude, I was about to remove my headset for a second. Anyways, keep going.
I like it. What is true, without a doubt, though, is that Destiny maintains intimate relationships, as Mike also noted, with prominent far-right figures while presenting himself as their opponent. This isn't cognitive dissonance or some sort of fucking fetish. Maybe a little bit. It's deliberate cultivation of political ambiguity that allows him to amass a right-wing following who continuously calls him their secret guy / our guy / you know how it goes.
I mean, Nick Fuentes has specifically said that Destiny is a secret Nazi.
It must be said that Nick Fuentes says a lot of other things as well. So both of them have a motivation to say shit that obscures what might be real. So who knows what's true?
True. I agree completely. Let's move on to other scandals because you're in for even more rides. Unfortunate rides, though. I will not make fun of any of this because it is, very fucking serious. Moving on to the Melina marriage disaster. Destiny married Swedish streamer Melina Göransson in December 2021 in an open marriage. By December 2023, they were divorced, and the reasons are a masterclass in emotional abuse. According to multiple sources, Destiny constructed relationship rules explicitly designed to disadvantage Melina. Rules that functioned as traps. When she violated them, she was dishonest and manipulative. When he violated them, the rules were unjust. Gaslight, gatekeep, boss, I guess. During the divorce drama, 5 mutual friends contacted Destiny to tell him he'd been untruthful and abusive towards Melina. He responded by just doubling down and calling Melina emotionally manipulative, claiming he could detect each lie she told, comparing himself to Neo from The Matrix.
That's fucking crazy.
It's insane. Yeah, I am Neo from The Matrix. I can see through the simulation.
I know when the girlfriend I'm abusing or my wife that I'm abusing is lying. Like that's wild.
The other thing is, like, you should be aware that he met her on stream when she was, I think, under the age of 20, and they married when she was 20 years old. So this was a much, much younger, and he was 30. This is a much younger woman that was a fan, that was parasocial. And that pattern of behavior is something that continued. In fact, like, Destiny and his community have an open joke about how he is addicted to BPD women, namely, that's borderline personality disorder women. And he pursues women that have some sort of like personality disorder or mental illness because he finds them exciting and interesting. And when these women react to being abused or exploited, he can use their mental health issues or problems as, you know, evidence that he's not to blame and that they're being crazy. It's a systematic and well-known pattern of behavior that he engages in.
Very true. And in general, like, his constant treating of women in his chat as basically like a revolving harem is very fucking weird.
Yeah.
Like, hypersexualizing so many people in your community who's kind of like borderline father figure you're supposed to be is fucking wacky as shit. But hey, I'm not one to judge, I guess. I mean, I am. This is kind of the point of this whole podcast. But Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Then there's the Bob 7 fabrication campaign. In January 2021, Destiny, very ironically, accused streamer Bob 7 of sharing women's intimate photos without consent. Bob 7 was effectively cancelled, lost his job, his friendship, his reputation. Then, Bob 7 released a 40-page defense document alleging that Destiny had fabricated the accusations because he had discussed Destiny's abusive behavior with Melina and other women. When Bob 7 raised concerns, Destiny allegedly responded by manufacturing sexual assault allegations, then spreading them among Bob 7's closest friends to destroy him preemptively. He claimed Destiny had shared sexual videos of himself and Melina with other women without Melina's consent, years before the Pixie lawsuit. When women didn't corroborate the harassment narrative against Bob 7, Destiny attacked them as well. Then there are allegations of a long-term affair with Lauren Southern. Yes, the far-right activist that allegedly contributed to his marriage's collapse. YouTuber Brittany Simon claimed both Destiny and Melina privately confirmed it to her. As of 2025, Lauren Southern's memoir, I can't believe she has a fucking memoir, allegedly describes an intimate relationship with Destiny. Neither of them confirmed it publicly, but the pattern is consistent. Destiny forms intimate connections across ideological lines with far-right figures while maintaining his liberal brand. Then there are the Rose allegations. All of these have their own names, by the way, for our audience to understand. There's so many that they have to have their own titles. When you read about them either on Reddit or on some more niche Wikipedia pages and so on, they have their own, like, you know how you have a segment in a book?
Chapters of his life.
Chapters. Sexual misconduct allegations chapters to his biography, entire chapters, next to the debating child pornography part. But in these particular ones, there are claims that Destiny exchanged sexually explicit messages with someone identified as 17-year-old Rose. He defended himself by saying she told him she was 19. Welcome in, early heads. Welcome in, early heads. You can listen to the rest of this episode over on YouTube and on Patreon. You know what to do. Now let's properly start out today's stream. You go, DJ. What is up? What is up? It's a Sunday, baby. Let's go.
Душный клуб, во мне кипит температура. Умножил на угу сегодня всю макулатуру. Мой уровень повыше, я давно уже не дул. Я потел за эти деньги, пока ты прыгаешь турок. Долбоебы постоянно ищут виноватых. Я не сочиняю парты, ведь я говорю им правду. Мама моя говорила, зачем так много мата. Я качал свои мозги хуйней на незнакомых хатах. Господи, спасибо папе, что уберег от клиник всяких долбоебов в интернете. Не считал кумиром, видимость равна нулю. Летим в адреналине, крылья самолетов в небе разрезают ночью ливень. Если это, сука, мой кэш, ты со мной не в доле. Давай устроим трэп.
Welcome in, early heads. Welcome in, Oilers. Welcome in, Lumpens. Let's fucking go. It's a Sunday. Get nice and ready. There's so much to cover today. Япа, япа, япа. Айде, айде, айде.
Трэп, трэш, я буду на троне. Тот белый сегодня прайм фреш. Завтра он утонется, игра будет на лоу-хард. Игра в поле, деньги пришли незаметно. Спускаю их на ветер, верить им это как крысе. Доверять свои секреты. Мои пакеты полные, я накормил им гетто. Я боялся очень сильно снова надевать браслеты. Я тихо сделал дома все эти альбомы. Район мой меня двинул, теперь меня знает город. А то, что ты ошибся, сука, я тебе напомню. В моем рюкзаке релизы, ими зарядила
I want vodka, I want gin, I don't care, just get it in. I want all the rosé wine and I want a fucking line. I want vodka, I want gin, I don't care, just get it in. I want all the rosé wine and I want a fucking line. I want vodka, I want gin.
Haydi!
Just get it in. I want all the rosé wine and I want a fucking line. I want vodka, I want gin, I don't care, just get it in. I want all the rosé wine and I want a fucking line. I want vodka, I want gin, I don't care, just get it in. I want all the rosé wine and I want a fucking line. I want vodka, I want gin, I don't care, just get it in. I want all the rosé wine and I want a fucking line.
Welcome in, welcome in.
I want vodka, I want gin.
Haydi!
Vodka, I want gin, I don't care, just get it in. I want all the rosé wine and I want a fucking line. I want vodka, I want gin, I don't care, just get it in. I want all the rosé wine and I want a fucking line. I want vodka, I want gin, I don't care, just get it in. I want all the rosé wine and I want a fucking line. I want vodka, I want gin, I don't care, just get it in. I want all the rosé wine and I want a fucking line.
Oh god, that song is always such a fucking banger to start out a stream on. What's up, guys, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs? It's your boy Hugo. It is Sunday, the 19th of April, exactly 5:50. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. There's a lot of news to cover today, so we'll get right into it. I've already seen you yesterday. If anybody's died since the last stream, please do tell us in chat, because as we all know, whether you are in heaven or in hell, you would definitely still have access to Ugopnik Twitch and this beautiful community. Thank you, Hank the Platypus, for starting us out with the first barrel of oil. Thank you very much. What is up, Barry? What is up? I don't think so. What's up, Kubashi? Bison. Kale, you motherfucker. I don't think so. I'm just me, Fresh Bison. Cute music, McFatbutt. Desi brate moj. Chris. Que pasa, senor? Sparrow C with that 23 months. Holy shit, you thicker. You're thicker than dough, brother. Thank you very, very, very much. Canada has a socialist running the NDP. He's being plain about it and criticizing the system. That's very cool. Ben Shapiro is a furry who attempted to inject me with Ozempic at Anthrocom. We got hi. Thank you so much for the stream. My parents came to visit on the weekend and they bought Spanish sausage and sourdough bread. My dad slept on the sofa because of his heart condition that beats 1/3 of the normal, so went to the local zoo to photograph the red pandas, and I love them so much. Just as much as I love chat as well. You are all the best, and thank you for being here. I wish you all the best since yesterday. Abundant Apples always starts out the stream with like pure, unadulterated wholesomeness. Like, holy shit, man. Jesus. That is fucking wonderful, except for your dad's heart conditioning, of course, but still. Very, very base. What is the outfit today? Today I am putting letters on my face and letters underneath my face. There's many letters everywhere. I don't know. That wasn't even intentional. We're dropping 3 rings today. And I got my comfy go-to streaming shirt. Okay? Welcome in. Anyways, thank you, Fjolsvin, as well for the 6 months. Let's make today big when it comes to oil, because the numbers are going to be dropping like crazy. Last month during this time, we did really well. So if we don't do as well, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. 3 rings, yes. I stopped wearing this one, my Memento Mori ring. You see, it's like plain on one side, Memento Mori on the other. I stopped wearing it because I got conned. Like, I paid a pretty penny for this, and it's not even stainless steel. So it paints the skin, and that sucks. You don't want to have blue fingers. Especially when something is like painted to look like gold. You look like an absolute fucking poser. And I don't want to look like an absolute poser. I want everybody to know I'm a poser. Anyways, today I took naps. I worked on the reaction podcast episode that we're going to be recording tonight. And then I took more naps. That was my day. It was incredible. I did not step outside even for a second. All the outside air that I shall be receiving on this holiest of days is going to come straight out of the air conditioning that you can find right above my skull. Okay? Silver over gold. Shut the fuck up. You're objectively wrong. I'm going to be spending the afternoon with my boyfriend and go bowling with him and his brother later tonight. Going to have fun with the brother because he's writing some paper for college. But the Middle East, and I want to know how fucked up his education is. Go and report back, my friend. Go and report back. Let us start out immediately. Let us start out with the headlines. As always, thank you to our phenomenal producer, Cuphead, for getting the recap with the kneecap ready. For those of you who are new here and asking themselves, what the fuck is this, bruv? This is how we start out every single stream. We want to make sure that everybody is on the same page when it comes to the news and happenings around the world. So we take a look at everything that has happened since the previous stream. It is very, very cool. Now, before we start that, there's a new episode, and people have been really loving it, and the Patreon has been growing, and I'm really, really happy about it. There's a new episode of the Reaction Podcast where we tackle Destiny. There you go. A lot of you guys guessed who we're going to tackle when I gave you a few tips, so thank you for, I guess, being smart. But now it's not as exciting for you as it is for other people. So if you want to learn more about him, it's an in-depth episode. It was recorded a couple of months ago, but it is still very, very relevant. Go and check it out. Support the show on Patreon. Let's make that shit grow. It deserves it because it's fucking good, okay? For those of you who do not know what I'm talking about, it's a podcast about the digital right. If you're fascinated by that, and if you're in this world and probably in this chat, then you probably are. Anyways, recap with the kneecap, the 19th of April. How does time fly, eh? There once was a man from Nantucket who told Netanyahu to suck it. As he finished with a grin and wiped off his chin, somebody lopped off his bucket. Another circumcision joke by the one, the only, the Cuphead. Okay, fucking incredible. Okay. Let's all get our foreskin in a row and start the news. I need to shave. I am now recognizing that my beard is very thick. Actually, right now I'm going to book my shaving. Going to book it right now. Okay, this is the place. Don't say it out loud, you stupid fuck. Don't say it out loud. Okay, make a reservation. I love the digital era. You don't have to talk to them. You just open a website. Oh my God, but why is everybody getting a haircut now? I think there's kids graduating. That's why. Today is Sunday, right? So what if I do it on the 21st at 3 p.m.? If I do it on the 21st at 3 p.m., we'll have enough time to come back for the stream? Yeah, I should be. It takes around 1 hour, but then it takes me around 25 minutes to come back. Very loyal to my barber. You know, I'm very, very loyal to my barber. Because, like, I found him when I lived very close to him. And now I live, like, this is like 4 years ago. And now I live very far from him. And I could easily exchange him for another barber. Even from the same, like, chain or whatever you want to call it. Same barber firm. that is right next to me, but I don't. And I still spend money for a cab or for the metro and shit. Because I can't help myself. I can't cheat on my boy. Can't have anybody else touching my luscious hair. Tuesday or Wednesday, chat? Should I book it for Tuesday or for Wednesday? I can do earlier on Wednesday and have like more time to come back and prepare for the stream. Or I could do it Tuesday so it's earlier so that my face is not as uncomfortable. Because right now I feel very uncomfortable in this mask because my beard grows far too fast. I'm going to do Tuesday 3 p.m. Okay, Tuesday 3 p.m. Combo, haircut, and beard. How much does it cost in your country? Here it costs 33 euros for beard and hair. It's a lot of fucking money, but God bless. It's a respectable job. It's an honest job. 33 fucking euros. Can you imagine how bad it is for people with long hair? You guys pay like 200 euros, 150 euros type shit. Let me book it. Okay. And book it. Like 50 here in the US. I pay 20. For women, it's like 400. Yeah, my woman sometimes gives like 200 plus euros for hair. $40 to $70. I think it's around 14 euro here. Like it's around 20, 25. Mine is a little bit, it's usually 25. Mine is 32, 3, but it's worth the extra money. You get some coffee, they open a beer for you, they can pour you a whiskey, you talk. Like it's very inspired. I feel like the barber I go to is very like inspired by mostly American barber culture, which is kind of cool. Especially for black people in the States, from what I understand. Lady takes 200 every month. Crazy, man. Chill maxing. It really does. Oh, wow, there are barbers that do that? Your barber doesn't do that? A barber is supposed to be a barber. It's supposed to be a place for men to find community and escape the struggles of life. Do like Mertz and spend 12K? Did he spend 12K on a haircut? Shobля. I paid up to 400 for hair. Whoa! But I get my hair braided and washed and moisturized as a black person. But I've seen braiders and black stylists charge upwards of 1K. Come on. Like, even if it takes all day, 1K, really? I can see up to 400. Yeah. But, everybody deserves full value of their labor. But, Jesus, 1K? Come on, dude. Like, that hair better look fucking incredible. And that shit better take a day. Beard is the male equivalent of makeup. It's the ultimate cheat code, really. 2 days of micro braids that are like 4 feet long. Okay, that makes more sense. Anyways, welcome in, you beautiful motherfuckers. Let's start out. Iran War Day 51. Al Jazeera, IOF admits to striking Lebanon despite so-called ceasefire and established occupational yellow line in southern Lebanon. IRIB, after being recovered and stripped for parts, unexploded U.S. ordnance is safely detonated. Mazandaran province will be host to controlled detonations today. Press TV. Hezbollah denies responsibility for deadly attack on UNIFIL in southern Lebanon. We all know who likes attacking UN colonies, right? Not squads. NBC, 2 Indian ships come under fire in Strait of Hormuz after Iran reasserted control. Al Jazeera, Iran arrests dozens for conspiring with the U.S.-Israel front as part of an espionage and sabotage network. AP, Israel says one of its soldiers has been killed in Lebanon, bringing the total number of admitted dead to 14. Scientific, those are rookie numbers. We got to get to, no, we don't got to get to anything. Don't ban me. Scientific American. Cornell Uni researchers discovered 5.5 million ground nesting bees beneath East Lawn Cemetery in Ithaca, New York. Deutsche Welle. A Chinese humanoid robot won a 21-kilometer race in Beijing, finishing in just 50 minutes and 26 seconds. Crazy things are indeed happening in China. They made robots race with humans. Okay, I don't know if you guys saw that.
It starts like any other race,
Jesus.
but this one is different. 12,000 runners are competing against more than 100 humanoid robots in a 21-kilometer half marathon in Beijing. This is the second competition of its kind, and expectations were high. 40% of the robots are moving autonomously, using their own sensors, algorithms, and artificial intelligence to navigate the course and maintain
Look at my
pace.
boy go!
Spectators weren't disappointed.
I was shocked. I never
It's
expected
crazy. I've been exactly on that street. I can recognize the street. That's crazy.
those robots could run and walk like humans.
Why do I want to trip it? Because it's a fucking filthy clanker, dude.
China's robotic industry has developed so quickly. The first few robots were so fast.
It's a major step up from the inaugural race in 2025, when most robots stumbled and overheated. Only 6 of the 21 finished. The fastest took 2 hours and 14 minutes, twice as long as the winning human time.
For the companies behind them, this isn't just about speed, it's about data. Every step each robot takes generates information about how they handle obstacles, battery life, and unexpected conditions. That will all feed into the system and help train the next generation of humanoid machines.
In the space of just a year, battery technology, AI, and manufacturing processes have made great strides, reflecting how much of a national priority this industry has become. China sees robots like these as
Chat, this is a robot representing my fucking chat, that's for sure. Hey Hugo, how are you? I took a break from news so you can catch up on reading again. I read a bit more books on Marx and Engels. Took a break from Das Kapitalen. Planning to continue with part 2 soon. I have read during that time the German ideology, very good, very important. Principles of communism, okay. And reread the Communist Manifesto. Excellent. Thank you, Hugo, for your continued contribution to the online left. I'm also finally getting proletarianized. I'm getting a job too. Thank you, Unitas Mundi. Unitas Mundi, my friend. Thank you very much for your support, and I'm really glad you're developing your theoretical understanding of your place in the world. Very nice, very good. Can I have a W in chat? Reading, good. Exploring ideology, good. Exploring dialectical materialism, good. Exploring philosophy in general, even other schools of thought, also very good. Okay, developing yourself, good. Allowing your community to develop you, good. Developing your community, good. All of these things, very good. I rate very nice. My sister hate, I love.
part of its future workforce, in factories, services, even in homes as assistants and companions. This year, at least 3 robots beat human runners to the finish line. The champion, developed by smartphone maker Honor, finished in 50 minutes and 26 seconds, beating the half-marathon world record, though it needed help staying on track in the final stretch. Ultimately, this isn't just a competition. It's a test of how quickly machines can operate in the real world, and part of a much bigger contest, the global race to dominate advanced technologies. Here, China wants to prove it's ahead of the pack. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
When it comes to robotics, they're not ahead of the pack. They're the only ones doing anything. Like, the Russian shit looks absurd. I don't think it even exists. The American shit is like, has not developed once in the last 5 years. Has not at least taken any significant leaps. The shit we're getting from private American enterprise and the current massive Tesla pivot towards robotization is again going to be a classic case of following market incentives, and market incentives currently are not actually developing a new product but overpromising on a new product, getting a shit on of state loans, those state loans then guaranteeing certain financial stability for your financial institution, which then motivates investors to put even more money in said company. Then you borrow against it and you buy out your own fucking stock, but then you're completely fully in, so you overpromise again and you move to the next thing. I don't know, flying robots after that. And number keeps going up. GDP increases. How many robots have been created? Exactly 0. So yes, ironically, the United States is falling behind the United States is falling behind the People's Republic of China when it comes to technological development, even though they have a lot more resources. Exactly because the incentive mechanisms of the market system, which is under control in China, does not lead to an excess in productivity or in creativity or, just making cooler, better, bigger shit. Понимаете? Okay. Al Jazeera, a fire destroyed about 200 homes in Malaysia, displacing around 445 people. Fires are bad. El Mundo, Austria ordered a recall of hip carrot with potato baby food for containing rat poison. That's always nice. FML, when my baby is cranky and I find out that it's eaten rat poison. Study of 300,000 babies found moms vaccinated 2 weeks before delivery had 81.3% reduction in hospitalization for respiratory syncytial virus. NBC skydiver crashed into stadium scoreboard during Virginia Tech's game, leaving him suspended above the field, causing delay. Now let's quickly do 2 truths and a lie. The only place where you can use your channel points in Ugopnik's community, in my community, in your community. You bet your channel points on what, my beautiful chatters? On the one you think is fake. Let's see how much you understand, Orange Man. Let's start out with A. Whether people like Israel or not, they have proven to be a great ally of the United States of America. They are courageous, bold, loyal, and circumcised. Unlike others, they have shown their true colors in a moment of conflict and stress. B. Great words and wisdom by Robert Greenway, Heritage Foundation, Allison Center Director on the Mark Levin Show tonight. Thank you, Robert. And C. Crazy Clooney, terrible actor. We're on fake news CNN lying about my big, beautiful bill that is going to save our country. President DJT, vote! A, B, or C, motherfuckers. Which one is fake? Put your channel points on the line. Last time somebody lost 220,000 channel points. That was so fucking funny. That was so funny. That was so funny. That was so funny. That was so funny. Bet. Who knows Orange Man best? Trust me, this can get you laid. Like, the more you play this game with us, the better you're going to be at, like, Orange Man Trivia Night. There you go. Great idea for your friends. Orange Man Trivia Night. For now, A is leading with 92,000 points. B is in second place with 32,000 points. And C, nobody believes C is fake, with 16,000 points. Is it the Clooney one? Is it the glug circumcised Israeli cock one? Or is it, of course, my dear friends, a glug on the Heritage Foundation? We will know in 3, 2, 1. And it's C. It's actually the one you voted for the least. How is it C? I'm pretty sure this is a real tweet. It's not a real tweet? Cuphead, explain yourself. It would be wild if he did, because I wrote it this morning. Absolute legend, but I love you. Why did I was like 100% sure that was a real tweet. So was most of chat. Who's our biggest loser, bro? Who's our biggest loser, dude? Let's all point and laugh. Okay. Nuggy Neutron lost 40,000. Good job, my friend. Nuggy Neutron, everybody. Nuggy Neutron. I want point and laugh emotes in chat. Good fucking job, dude. I lost 5K. It's all gone. I bet 2K to redistribute wealth. Winning 40,000 points. Let's go. Very good. Oh, God. Very funny. Anyways, word of the day, quaint. Adjective, charmingly odd, especially in an old-fashioned way. Noun, obsolete. Cunt, vulgar slang for vulva, vagina. This isn't a joke. Quaint. Cunt. Ah, okay. Oh, gee, that took me a second. Thank you very much, Cuphead. As always, if you want to support our producers, support the show, oil me up, and 10% of the oil goes through my Hormusi straight into her Hormusi. I'm sorry for saying that. Is that harassment? I think I just did a harassment on my producer. Okay. Great start of the day, Hugo. Nothing like a little bit of harassment to start it out. Okay. Fuck me. Oh, I'm sorry, Cuphead. That was not good. Okay. Anyways, let's start out with the news. World War III. Trump says if Iran doesn't agree to deal, everything will get blown up. This is from 2 hours ago. So this is a new blowing up threat. Okay.
We are back with the Fox News Alert. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trainings.
Let me guess. From Tel Aviv. He is in Tel Aviv. They're checking his dick. He is fully approved.
Just speaking with President Trump and has the latest from Tel Aviv.
Sorry. This was very easy to guess. Now, how the fuck was I supposed to pre-watch it? This was posted while we were starting the stream. What did I want to say? 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 I forgot.
Hey, what can you tell us, and what did the president have to say?
I love you too.
Yeah, guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for about 20 minutes, and he told me if Iran does not sign this deal, the whole country is getting blown up. He went on to say that bridges and power plants will be targeted if Iran does not sign this agreement. The president telling me that U.S. special...
And that will unblock the Hormuzi. How exactly? How will that unblock the Hormuzi? Do you believe this will lead to Tehran saying, hey, guys, you really showed us one. We're going to now convince the 700 different military cells that are operating independently in the country to all promise very, very hard that they will never lob a fucking grenade at a ship as it's passing through the Hormuz Strait. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think that's how things work? No, my friends, you have lost this war because Iran has developed an alternative nuclear weapon to a real nuclear weapon, an economic nuclear weapon. They have realized that they can utilize their geographic position to directly harm the global economy and through it, the American economy, rendering the Americans friendless and rendering themselves more sovereign than ever. You were given plenty of easy outs, my American friends. Easy, oh my God, we won. Look, regime change. It was successful. One Ayatollah changed with another Ayatollah. This one is younger and not homophobic. We even hear. So, but you chose not to. So NATO is going to choose you now.
Envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are heading to Islamabad, Pakistan for meetings on Tuesday, possibly into Wednesday, to try and get this agreement across the finish line. The president telling Fox News this is a very simple deal, but this is the last chance for the Iranians. The president very clear in our conversation that he is not making the same mistake that President Obama made, giving cash to the Iranians and allowing them to continue a nuclear program. The deal on the table is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ensure that the Iranians do not have this highly enriched uranium that is buried deep under.
Highly richer than other uranium. Here in the United States, we have the richest uranium. It lives in Beverly Hills. Vacations on Nantucket. He is fully approved.
Just speaking with President Trump and has the latest from Tel Aviv.
That's like this clip is like it's almost anti-Semitic. Still very funny. I do not give a shit, but like because it doesn't give any context, so it's just he is fully approved.
Just speaking with President Trump and has the latest from Tel Aviv.
Like everybody go like this. I've never actually said go like a clip. That's so fucking weird. Go like this clip. You can like clips now. I didn't know you can like clips. Okay, how do you? What the fuck? Clip liking? Is this a thing? Okay, how do you? What the fuck? Clip liking? Is this a thing? Okay, how do you? What the fuck? Clip liking? Is this a thing? Okay, how do you? What the fuck? Now, what the fuck, dude? I'm so sorry, Chad. That was very amateurish. This just dropped. Noob, waiting for your white flag. Noob. Did they call him a noob? At this point, I don't know how many of these come from actual Iran and how many is just the world making fun of the Yankeestanis.
King in the sand, kissing ass for a deal. Drinking black gold, tell me how does it feel? Dirty lips, oil drips, you're losing the grip. Thirsty for the naft while you're sinking the ship. Plan A starts, Trump brings the clown. A puppet joker trying to burn the town. Crates of guns, money for the riot. Did you really think our streets gonna stay quiet? Lionhearts united, we stand like a wall. The traitors escaping, watch them all fall into the trash can, the bin of the past. Plan A is dead and it didn't even last.
Noob, they called him yes. I can't wait for the you are being mogged, America. We are mocking you. Yalla.
The dark shades on. Persian game, baby. Your options are gone.
Persian gang, baby. Your options are gone, dude.
On the table, bringing the big bow, thinking they could choke us. We got them by the throat. Boys in their shorts playing under the sun. Now they're shitting their pants. The nightmare's begun.
No, they're shitting their pants.
Strikes, watch the fire in the flash. Your $1 billion fleet is just turning to ash.
Iran is literally like, do better, bro. Do better. Game fucking weak, dude. They're shitting themselves.
White flag is up, Trump is out of breath. BB under the desk, gay scared to death. Paparazzi and the secret is out. Epstein Island, baby. That's what you're about.
They just had to drop it in the end. They had to drop it. The Epstein shit, fucking class. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, it's a brand new one. It just came out 10 minutes ago. Brand new one. Very nice.
Underground.
Now let's go to Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv!
After Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. And again, the president telling Fox News that the entire country will be blown up.
Yeah, but like get better noob being dropped by one large nation to another large nation that are in both an active conflict. It's crazy.
Bridges and power plants will be targeted if the Iranians do not sign this agreement. This is a significant development because we are in this less than 72-hour window before the ceasefire between the United States and Iran expires. And the president has given the Iranians an opportunity for an off-ramp, an olive branch. He is extending to the Iranians.
Yeah, he's extending to them. Yeah, he's the one extending to them. Yes. Oh, hey, you guys. So I know we started a war with you. I know we just attacked you. And I know the only thing stopping us from, like, carpet bombing you continuously is your military and the control you have over the Hormuz Strait. So how about, like, you let go of the Hormuz Strait, and we, the nation that started a war while we were in diplomatic negotiations, definitely promises that that we will not go back to war with you. Like, who would sign this deal? Who would sign this incredibly generous deal? Incredibly generous deal, chat. Like, imagine you go in, like, you go to stab someone, and you stab them twice, and then they pull out a gun, and then you tell them that you will, like, throw a grenade at them unless they give you the gun. They have nothing to lose. Why would they give you the gun? Then you can stab and blow them up. The fuck?
Regime to avoid this region going back into war. And the president said the United States military is prepared. He said the U.S. has massive amounts of ammunition, even better munitions than they had in the opening days of Operation Epic Fury, to use against the
better munition.
Iranian regime to target a variety of different positions.
Do it, bitch boys. Do it. Come on. Let's see. That's why they're talking about Cuba so much. Because they need an out. But leave it to stupid-ass empire to look for an out from a failing and flailing war by starting another one.
Across their country if they are not willing to make this good faith deal. And again, he tells Fox News that his
Cuba Cuba the country, Cuba you as well. Trump, saw you once and he wants you.
Special envoys are headed to the Middle East, and they are going to try and get this deal.
Global central banks now own the most gold they ever have this century. Definitely not a sign of anything bad. Right, I finally completed my task for today. Now I can do more tasks as a mod. I love it though. Tasks. How you doing, Toasty?
Across the finish line.
Speaking of tasks, ladies, gentlemen, and enemies, we are reaching the first hour. And in the first hour, the Hormuzi tightens. It calls upon oil to release it from its incredibly uncomfortable state. Why should you give to this Hormuzi? I say because you have a Prime. Why not use it now? I say because it's $6 a month or cheaper in other countries, and this is the most international political community on Twitch where we reinvest everything back into the show or in other projects. I say because there's no ads here and there's no sponsors, but mostly I say because nobody likes an uncomfortable Hormuzi. So pull out those beautiful debit cards, make another Chatter's Hormuzi better today. Let's reach the goal, and Gambit is completely reachable. And because it is the last day of the week, let's reach the 30 out of 30 target of Western taxpayers. So I call upon developing world taxpayers. I call upon first world taxpayers to do what they need to do, or the Hormuzi IRS is going to come knock on your door. Alternatively, I would be very grateful. So would the team. Because without you, none of this fucking works. Thank you very much for your consideration. Now let's go back to Tel Aviv.
But this is in the hands of the Iranians if they are willing to make a good faith agreement. And if they are not, the president has indicated.
Also, if you're a chatter that cannot afford to subscribe, please do not subscribe. Instead, ask some of our usually Western chatters who follow the principles of reverse apartheid to drop you a barrel of oil and then swim in it, also known as a subscription or child soldier status. Thank you, my beautiful child soldiers.
There will be significant strikes against the Iranian regime in response if this diplomatic effort does not succeed. Guys,
I need a hype man the way I hype man for other people. I went to struggle. I managed to hype man up to 100 tweets. I hype man 75 not tweets, 75 subs. I was so proud of myself. I need to start charging percentage.
Trey, in your conversation with the president, it hasn't been talked much about lately, but there has been focus on Karg Island because of its strategic.
Hire Vio for hype man. She came in yesterday. I love Vio, but nah, I'm better. I'm far better. I'm far better. Cuphead is my hype woman. Yeah, she's not bad. Cuphead is good, but Cuphead has been doing it for so long that it passes past people's eyes. You know, they're like, it's Cuphead fucking hyping again. Doesn't mean that Cuphead isn't incredible at it, but there you go. You see chat doesn't listen to Cuphead. Not a single sub, not even a single personal sub. So Cuphead, you what's the word? Cuphead falling off. Are you telling me that, chat? Are you telling me you don't like Cuphead? Because that's how I'm reading this. You're telling me that she's a bad hype man. She doesn't know how to motivate you properly for the good old oil. Are you maybe telling me that you are sexist? I hate her so much. There you go. Cynical Chris is honest. But Cynical Chris that always pays taxes hasn't paid taxes this week, so you must actually hate Cuphead. That's the only explanation I can see.
Proximity to 90% of the crude oil goes through there. Did the president raise, I know he's talked to you about bridges and power plants, but what about the oil infrastructure?
the president talked about the Strait of Hormuz and these violations of the ceasefire.
I love how their question is, okay, what type of war crime will he do? I know that he said that he's going to bomb bridges, but what about oil facilities? Thank you, Cute the Music, for paying forward. Thank you very much. The nicest thing a chatter can do is pay forward.
Fire that were conducted by the Iranians yesterday. President Trump telling me about how they're using these small vessels to fire on ships in the Strait of Hormuz, but they're just using small ammunition. And despite the fact that they're not doing much damage, it's an indication that they are violating the ceasefire. And then the question is, well, why are they not doing much damage? And that is because more than 150 Iranian vessels are currently at the bottom of the sea. During Operation Epic Fury, the United States hammered the Iranian Navy, and they had prepared for a possible confrontation with the United States, but not enough, because the U.S. was so successful in these strikes that much of the Navy vessels the Iranians had prepared were not able to be used. And that is the reason that they have to use these smaller vessels to threaten...
Yeah, and yet it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you use a large vessel or a small vessel. When you target tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz, or even if you miss them by 100 meters, you're still doing the function of blocking the strait. Why is the American Navy not in the Gulf then? I wonder, brother. I wonder.
international shipping lanes. And again, this speaks to the success of Operation Epic Fury and just the inability of the Iranian regime to even respond and to violate.
Yes, the Iranians are really not responding. The strait remains open. Go back to work.
Violate the ceasefire in this manner. And so,
thank you for the bits, my friend. Meanwhile, U.S. Navy is so big and strong, aircraft carriers can't go within 1,000 kilometers of Iran without suffering devastating laundry fires. America have gotten 0 goals. No, they have all the goals. The true goal of the United States of America is always to fight its own citizenry, and those filthy Americans are already paying. The price of KFC is up.
that is one of the key pillars of this broader agreement that President Trump is demanding the Iranian regime sign. They are going to keep open the Strait of Hormuz. They are going to release that highly enriched uranium that is buried deep underground in the aftermath of those U.S. strikes last summer. And they're going to stop threatening U.S. forces across the region. The president tells me or the Iranians are going to pay a heavy price. And that price is going to come at their power plants, their bridges, and the remaining infrastructure belonging to the Iranian regime. The president said right now there is a divide between the hardliners and the more moderates within the Iranian political leadership that remains. Remember, in the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury, the United States and Israel took out the command structure of the Iranian regime. Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was taken out in an airstrike along with his top advisors. The Iranians were in disarray in these moments after Operation Epic Fury began.
How's that going now, though? How's that going now, bro?
Because they were hit even harder than anyone in the region believed they were going to be hit. And again, this speaks to the inability of the Iranians to not only defend their top leaders, but also defend their military structure. When we think about the threat Iran posed before Operation Epic Fury began, they were basically trying to get a nuclear weapon. They told negotiators they had enough highly enriched uranium for 11 nuclear bombs. And this was an indication to President Trump something had to be done to stop this regime from obtaining a nuclear weapon. But remember, you have this threat from the Iranians that also includes ballistic missiles and drones. And as part of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump ordered strikes against the production facilities of the Iranian regime, hammering their ballistic missile production centers and the drone centers that were used to target U.S. forces and allies across the Middle East. And now President Trump tells me that bridges and power plants are back on the target list for the United States. And if Iran does not sign this agreement in Islamabad this coming week, the president will order strikes, he tells me, against power plants and bridges inside of Iran. This will be a major escalation. But the president told me, and he is expected, we also learned in that conversation, to release basically a letter today to the Iranians with this tough talk, letting them know what is at risk for their regime if they do not make a good faith agreement. The president told me this tough talk is the only thing the Iranians understand. They don't understand the traditional diplomacy and dialogue of the region.
They don't understand the traditional diplomacy and dialogue that they engaged the Americans with countless times, and that the Americans used as an off-ramp to directly attack them in an unprovoked manner, yes. Also, incredibly successful decapitating the leadership of the Iranian state, which was immediately replaced. Great success decapitating the Iranian Navy, which still protects the strait. Great success in intimidating the Iranian people into overthrowing their government, which probably now has a higher approval rating than it ever has. Great job eliminating Iranian sovereignty by making sure that they cannot create a weapon of mass destruction, by pushing them into basically inventing a new economic weapon of mass destruction, which is the closing of the strait. This is W after W after W. Great job keeping your domestic poll numbers on the war very high. Good job stabilizing the economy. Good job lowering domestic prices and international prices. Good job in telling the Chinese that they can't pass through the strait because you will shoot them, which, by the way, you of course didn't. What else? There's so many good jobs. I'm running out of good jobs to give good job second prize awards for. Okay. Kurva.
Understand firepower, the firepower that belongs to the United States military. And President Trump again told me they have massive amounts of ammunition prepared. If the Iranians are not willing to make that good faith agreement, they are going to hammer the regime, targeting those bridges, power plants, and what is left of the IRGC military infrastructure. Guys?
Trey, you were on our show in an earlier hour before this phone call with the president, and you and I discussed this regime. You say that there's a faction, perhaps a more moderate versus a more radical wing of this regime. We don't know which one is in charge. Maybe you do. Maybe you can let us know.
This is unironically my friends, my IRL friends asking me about American politics. So imagine Imagine, wait, Slavs drinking. Let's be racist towards myself for a second. And Slavs always drinking. Ooh. So, no, this is too cringe. Wait, no, that's far too cringe. Oh, this actually is very realistic. I'm sorry. Okay. So I am, so this is just a hangout, and my guys are like, so you do not cover local politics. You cover mostly Western politics, da? I'm like, yeah. So, my friend, tell me about this Washington. And
I discuss this regime. You say that there's a faction, perhaps a more moderate versus a more radical wing of this regime. We don't know which one is in charge. Maybe you do. Maybe you can let us know. But if the more radical wing is in charge, per our discussion earlier, then that means they're crazy. And that means that this letter and this escalation may not have the results that we want because they don't care. They're just like, fine, let it all.
There you go. You see how hypocritical all of it fucking is? Not hypocritical, but how much it's like throwing rocks from a glass house. If you recontextualize it and you put a journalist talking about the United States of America, it sounds exactly like talking about Iran. Okay? You just got more coats of paint over in the good old US of A. And more importantly, you got a population so fucking lobotomized that it doesn't think that it lives in a non-democratic authoritative society, right? The rest of us also don't live in democratic societies, and they're very authoritative, but we know it. That's the difference between us. That's why you're so easily manipulated. You wake up in the morning, and no matter how bad the day is, like, oh my God, a school shooting, potholes, oil prices are up by 15%, and Starbucks now costs 15% more as well. Okay? And also I have like 17 different types of diabetes, even though I'm trying to eat very healthily because all the food is infused with crack cocaine. Okay? You wake up, and that is your day. And before you go to bed, you sit there, hyper depressed. But only in America, before you close your eyes, you tell yourself, man, I should be very grateful. Because no matter how shitty my day was today, it's probably much worse everywhere else. Well, let me and my fellow international chatters tell you, my friends, no, it's not. No, you kind of absolutely do live in a shithole. Okay? And you're extra a shithole, okay? Because you do have the material conditions for it not to be a shithole. You're the wealthiest nation to ever exist. In colloquial capitalist terms, but still. And yet you're a shithole. The rest of us have a bit more excuses. But even if we didn't, we would at least realize just how much of a shithole it is. Sometimes we overdo it. We continuously talk about it. Thank you, PDX Bike Guy, for the Prime. And thank you, Red Edge Planet, for our first taxes of our day. Be like Planet, edge me with those subs. Phil the Hormusi, thank you very much, my friend, and pay your taxes. We need 10 more Westerners. By the end of the day, that is going to be very difficult. I sincerely doubt that it is possible, but I am open to being surprised so that we can reach our weekly target. Thank you for considering it. Currently, the top oilers are Crisco with a 200, absolute legend. He was oiling us up yesterday while cutting wood with a chainsaw. Then we have Terkas that was doing some sort of weird-ass social experiment yesterday. And we got Rascal. Rascal is probably out there making his millions of dollars, okay? And then we have Nickel Pickle that can catch up to Rascal, as well as Reslon, who can also catch up. Hootie Trap Lord. We got Pizza Famine. We got Krilltacular. And we got Social Deviants and Brendan. All of you, like almost all of you who are from 4 to 10 have a very good chance in coming in on number 3. Exclamation point, top oilers, I think it was. Help me out, mods, to find out what the rewards are for being top weekly oiler. They're big. They're pretty fucking big. Thank you very much, Random2187. What an incredible name. Always surprises me for the 9 months. Thank you, Random. Thank you very much.
I'll go. This is existential. If, we're going to lose, so let's all just die and go to heaven, I guess, or hell. So did you discuss...
The Iranians
Такой
are going to
курац! What is this bug? I'm sorry, chat. What is this stupid fucking bug? Wait, I want to hear this fucking thing talk again. Wait, what?
Versus a more radical wing of this regime and go to heaven, I guess, may not have the results that we want. Charge, per our discussion earlier, then that means they're crazy. And that means that this letter and this escalation may not have the results that we want because they don't care. They're just like, fine, let it all go. This is existential. If, we're going to lose, so let's all just die and go to heaven, I guess, or hell. So did you discuss...
Okay, and let's say that was correct. Let's say we completely subscribe to this pretty, honestly, racist depiction of Iranians, but still, let's all agree. Let's put on our racist hats for a second. Well, why would you go to war against someone like that? Ever. Why? Masterful gambit, sir. You're going to war against guys that fucking love dying, but dragging you with them. Masterful gambit. How is this a W for MAGA? How? Even from the most racist perspective that they can have on Iranians, it doesn't make sense to invade Iran. My therapist literally said the Iranians are just chill with being war crimed. I was appalled. You got a great fucking therapist there, buddy. Next time, tell your therapist that they're just overpriced drug dealers. And when they ask you about your source, say, I got it at the same place you got your fucking source on Iranians. Fucking drug dispenser pretending to contribute to society, whatever the fuck.
That with the president in terms of the mental state and the outcome.
Yeah, ex-therapist. Now I should have clarified.
That the mullahs and the radical wing want.
Yes, and I can tell you, having talked to the president multiple times throughout this war and prior to this conflict, the president understands exactly who he's dealing with here. These are not traditional negotiators on the other side of the table. This is not a traditional regime. Even on our call today, President Trump brought up the protesters who were slaughtered in the streets of their country earlier this year. And the president multiple times said he would be there for them. And he targeted, actually, during Operation Epic Fury, many of the besieged force commanders and those responsible for the crackdown against Iranian demonstrators who were peacefully protesting in the streets of their country. But again, I think the fact the president continues to bring this up, he understands two things. He understands the Iranian population, more than 90 million people, and many of them are quietly supporting what President Trump is doing, pressuring a repressive regime that spent 47 years cracking down on their own people. But he also understands the negotiators, and he understands the break in who's actually calling the shots here. And it's a great question because even the Iranians are not clear on who is calling the shots. And while you have this divide between the hardliners and the more moderates, even the Iranians can't agree on their own position. We heard Iran's foreign minister late last week saying the Strait of Hormuz is open. And then IRGC commanders...
Unlike the United States, that has been incredibly consistent with their perspective towards the goals of this conflict. The United States has been incredibly consistent with their messaging to Iran. Today we say that we will annihilate your civilization. Tomorrow we say that it's all okay as long as you open the Strait of Hormuz. Then the next day we say that we will blow up your bridges. And then the next day we say that all goals have been achieved and we just want to go home and you actually have a better government now. Yeah. Consistency. A lot of stones from a lot of glass houses is all I'm saying.
It's closed. And then yesterday firing on these vessels trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And again, this speaks to the successful U.S. strikes against the regime and the command structure.
Dude, who believes this, man?
Of the IRGC. But as it relates to who is at the negotiating...
How does it speak to any American success? In what way? Where? How?
Table now. The takeaways that I had from this 20-minute call with President Trump were quite clear. It doesn't matter to President Trump who is calling the shots in Iran right now. What matters is that they signed this agreement. And the president said if they do not sign the agreement, he is going to target Iranian power plants and bridges. He is going to increase the strikes against the IRGC and go after the core that remains within Iran. Because he told me this is a very simple agreement. It can be done in 10 minutes. They know what is on the table. All they have to do is sign the dotted line. And so far, they've been unwilling to do so. And that is why President Trump told me that on Tuesday, U.S. Special Envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are headed back to the Middle East to try and get this deal across the finish line. And remember what we are looking at here. Now we understand. After this conversation with President Trump, I can tell you very clearly, we are looking at option A or option B. Option A is that the Iranians come to the table on Tuesday and they sign a good faith agreement that never allows them to have a nuclear weapon, that makes sure they give up their enriched uranium and ensures that they open the Strait of Hormuz. Option B is that their power plants and bridges are going to be destroyed by the U.S. military, the strongest military.
Capitulate or we will do war crimes on you. Iran is the bad guy.
In the world. And so they
Why is he so angry, circumcised?
have a decision to make. And the president was very clear just before we got off the call. He told me Iran has a decision to make. And the decision is either going to be an off-ramp that saves the lives of the leadership and the infrastructure of the country, or the alternative. And the president told me he is prepared for both options. And again, he is sending his negotiating team for one final effort to try and get this deal across the finish line. But the president was very clear. He told me if they do not sign this deal, the whole country is going to get blown up.
Trey, it's Lucas. Great reporting. Vice President Vance led the negotiations last weekend in Islamabad. He is not going on this trip to Islamabad. Why do you think that is?
It's a great point, and I do want to just read something to you right here as we are talking. The president has now posted on Truth Social about exactly
What am I eating? Fucking garbage. Fucking chemical bullshit. Fucking Born Winter protein bar. Fucking efficiency. Ooh. Sorry, no, it's tasty. It's fine.
exactly what he told me during that conversation. He says, in part, Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. The president goes on to say, that wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan, confirming what he told me on the phone earlier. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. The president goes on to say in his post, they're helping us without knowing. And they are the ones that lose with the closed passage, $500 million a day. Now, it's a very long post on Truth Social, and we'll pull it up here. But the president later says, no more Mr. Nice Guy. They will come down fast. He's talking about the bridges and power plants. And again, that is what I gathered from my conversation with the president, that he is not playing games here. He is not bluffing. He is going to hammer the Iranian regime if they do not.
Oh, day 51. Oh, we're winning any moment now, guys. We're going to win so hard, dude. Fuck, mask. Son of a bitch.
Sign on the dotted line. The choice is theirs in the days ahead.
Can you respond to? I know the Truth Social came out and we didn't get an answer to the question of why you think J.D. Vance is not included in this negotiation.
What the fuck kind of a question is this? What the fuck?
Team.
Wait, what?
The short answer is we understand that the vice president is still directly involved in these conversations and consultations. The president just yesterday at the White House held
Fucking getting strays from fucking working class American J.D. Vance.
a situational assessment in the
Fox News can't handle a working class American in the White House.
Situation Room, gathering
Vote J.D. Vance 2037.
top cabinet officials, whether it was the Joint Chiefs Chairman, the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the Vice President, and others. And we understand that U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff was involved as well in that conversation. And so this is a full court press by the Trump administration. A variety of officials are involved at many different levels. The United States is preparing not just on the diplomatic front, but also on the military front. And as the
Ivanka Trump for president. No. Barron, dude. Barron's my boy, man. I'm putting, is there a, what's the name of the fucking betting site? Is there a bet for Hunter Biden, not Hunter Biden, is for Kalshi, yeah. Is there a bet for the incredible, the indestructible, the tallest man to ever exist? A true blend of American patriotism and Balkan genetics. He will become the world's greatest white boy NBA player and pivot into politics once he is established at the throne of the White House. He will rule us into a new golden age, for he will remember the way his Yugoslav ancestors suffered under American-provoked balkanization, and that hate will lead him towards revenge. Dum 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 dum. AI movie of 2030. The empire of the tall Trump. They called him skinny, we called him tall. They called him weird looking, we called him regal. Welcome, 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 welcome to a story of hooping and killing. It's Dune, but more modern and white and AI generated. Yeah. If you would like to fund this movie being created, do consider subscribing, giving your prime, or oiling us the fuck up, because 0 Westerners have paid taxes today. And that is low-key, that is actually low-key concerning. Like, I'm not fucking, that's actually concerning.
The president has made clear.
Code Grease, except it's Baron Trump. That's not a bad idea, yeah. Code Geese. This looks like the kind of guy that would get a surgery that would allow him to pee in his, what the fuck? Recession indicated. Recession indicator, Westerners not paying their taxes. Doom. Ivanka has 17%. Oh my fucking God, higher than Donald Trump Jr. I guess developing world chatters then. Do you want to support the creation of this incredible pro-developing world movie? Baron shall rise, and we shall call him the Baron.
On True Social.
We shall call him the Red Baron, for he shall be stepping in a lot of blood. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
And in our call earlier today, he is prepared for a variety of outcomes, but we are looking at 2 outcomes here, either a diplomatic solution or military action.
Big decision. Trey Yingst, great reporting out of Tel Aviv. Thank you, Trey.
Sounds like, by the way, that the whole country should be praying right now.
Indeed.
The whole country needs to pray right now for peace, for them to come to the table.
10 minutes ago, she was talking about how they're insane religious people that love war and just pray for death. And now she's saying that we should also pray for the war, but for peace. No war, just pizza. Just pizza. No war, just pizza. No war, just peace. I love peace. Love peace, no war. No kidnapping me, Donald Trump. No kidnapping. What's this? Mršu pičku materinu, brati, jebem sestru britansku, bre govno jedno prolet.
Under the Islamic Caliphate.
Okay.
Do you know my chef that lives with us? When we go on the road, he's with us all the time. Do you know he's Muslim?
Whoa, holy shit. You interact with the subhumans, legendary woke moment by PBD.
And he's Turkish? And he's
okay,
still...
no. Yeah. I will not have this liberal bullshit.
We're back with...
No.
Diplomacy on one hand, threats on the other. Donald Trump once again raising the spectrum.
I'm kidding. I'm going back. Interacting with a Turk.
Do you know my...
That is where I draw my conservative line, okay? Turkish is too far, yeah.
Chef that...
Even employing them? You are telling me that you would employ a Turk? Holy shit, dude. That's fucking whack, man. Don't you know they are Turk? What's this? Thank you very much for the 6 months, my friend. Saving the eternally plummeting sub count. For the incredible,
The indestructible, the tallest man to ever exist. A true blend of American patriotism and Balkan genetics. He will become the world's greatest white boy NBA player and pivot into politics once he is established at the throne of the White House. He will rule us into a new golden age, for he will remember the way his Yugoslav ancestors suffered under American-provoked balkanization.
Not a bad script, right? Not a bad fucking script. Thank you, what that meow do, baby, for the tier 2. Tier 2s are incredible. I don't have a lot of tier 2s. I like tier 2s. Tier 2s, this might be controversial, but better than tier 1s. I know it's controversial, but better than tier 1s, I think. Now you're dropping too many. New Historia Civilis video drop. Yep, I saw it.
You know my chef that lives with us? When we go on the road, he's with us all the time. Do you know he's Muslim?
Whoa, holy shit. You interact with the subhumans, legendary. Woke moment by PBD.
That lives with us. When we go on the road, he's with us all the time.
Okay, no, now I'm watching this from a conservative perspective. Okay, let's watch this.
Do you know he's Muslim and he's Turkish and he's still a Muslim? And do you know what Turks...
He's Turkish and he's still a Muslim. The famous non-Muslim ethnicity, Turks, yes.
...to Armenians and Assyrians? You ever heard of the Armenian genocide or the Assyrian genocide?
Damn!
You ever heard of that?
He's like, I have a slave now. I have a Turkish slave in revenge for my ancestors. I bring him...
A reverse janissary moment. Serve me, you sklavin.
everywhere with me. I show him the world. I say, this could all be yours, but you can't have it. He went and got himself a janissary.
Come on, dude.
Great guy.
Come on.
To us. He's very good to us.
That was my joke, dude.
Because I isolate the relationship with that individual, and I still tell him how concerned I am with what Islam could do to America. I am still concerned of that, of what's happening.
And ironically, you're one of the good ones, moment. Oh, God. Literally. You know that white bro that hangs out with you, but constantly brings up the fact that you're black? Like, all the time? Even refers to you, oh, not my buddy Mike over here, my black buddy Mike over here. What the fuck? Okay, bro. I mean, you're not supposed to be fucking colorblind, but you're not supposed to focus on these categories so much, because that's a big-ass, red-ass motherfucking flag, okay? It's not a red flag. That's a burning fucking cross flag. Oh.
Happen in many different...
You know, I got a couple of Mexicans working for me. They're good people, but I keep telling them, you know, too many of you coming over the border, but you guys are the good ones. You guys are very good, but the other ones all the time, jumping those fences.
Societies.
He's monitoring the situation with Islam. He's keeping a close watch on this Islam situation, you know, because he's worried. He's concerned that it's going to take over America.
Look at, you know, what they're doing in Minnesota, many markets that we read about. Look at what's going on in New York right now. Look at what's going on in a couple places in Plano.
Wait, what? What's going on in New York? When these guys talk about New York, they make it seem like New York is now under the Islamic Caliphate or something. Like, what the...
On how they're growing. And so Charlie Kirk, whom you and I think both admire, Charlie Kirk once said, yeah, I think...
Our holy Saint Charlie. What did Saint Charlie say?
It was 2 days before he was killed. I think it was 1 day before he was killed. He said, Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Let me read it to you one more time.
He shouldn't have been talking about throats that much. That's all I'm going to say.
Islam is the sword.
Bro, they are unironically reading hadiths. He said Charlie Kirk, peace be upon him, the great prophet, had a take on Islam. The prophet Charlie Kirk said, Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Liberals also agree with these guys. Oh yeah, Noah Smith. I've sat here for years and watched Republicans embrace their worst extremists. I don't want to see the Democrats do the same.
Enlightened centrist moment, Mr. Taiwan flag in bio. Noah fucking Schmidt. Who is this fucking Schmidt guy?
Obviously, Noah Smith is a disgusting monster. Another major Islam.
Give me context. Who is this Schmidt man? This Schmidt. Who's this guy?
Homophobe.
Islamo-leftism 100%.
See, Noah Smith is a disgusting monster. Another major Islamophobe. I'm not happy
about the growth of Islamo-leftism in America. We're following the UK down this path, and it's not good. The Islamo-leftism. I gotta hit up Hakeem. He's gotta get me up on my studies on the Quran, dude. I guess I'm not following all the trends in the left. I am not Islamic enough. Chat, when we all converting, dude? Famously a movement that fucking adores religions.
About the growth of Islamo-leftism in America. We're following the UK down this path, and it's not good.
It's reverting, apparently. We're all mass reverting, chat. I'm going to live stream my reverting.
Left is using to slit.
No opinion is a Western chauvinist who launders his heinous worldview through supporting Ukraine. Motherfucker.
The throat of America. Do you agree with Charlie? Because I do.
Speaking about Western chauvinists, if you would like to support this Eastern chauvinist, as we hit 1 hour and 30 minutes, I remind you that not a single Westerner has paid their taxes today. I invite you to support the show that has 0 sponsors, never plays ads for you, is trying to create the largest international political community on this beautiful site, and that wants to buy a new laptop because, completely my fault, I spilled a Guinness on it live on stream. That was fucking phenomenal. So now I can't take it anywhere with me, which means that streaming while traveling would literally be impossible. This engine works when I attach it to my 3 screens and my what's it called, my camera and my microphone. But for traveling, I would need another machine. Also, I don't know how long this one's going to live in the first place. That's number 1. Number 2, if we hit the goal, which is kind of semi-possible, I would buy an actual roulette table, so that I cannot cheat, as you guys always call me out to be doing, as we spin with an additional camera looking at the roulette table as well. 10% of everything that this show makes goes over to our fantastic producer. And that's basically the pitch. Thank you very kind, Lee. How much was the laptop? This one was an M2 Max MacBook. In order to stream and do what I need to do with editing, I would probably need to buy an M4 or an M5. Thank you, Per Tenebras. Thank you very much. But not a Max, maybe a Pro. Sitting around 4K probably. Big Buffet, thank you very much. Bizkey, thank you very much for the tier 1. I will still try to fix this one if I can afford that additional cost, but let's see. You got Nation up. Paint the chat purple, baby! Yeah. Biscuits. I will remember you, friend. Isn't the Red Green Alliance just Hasbara talking point? What are you referring to, my friend? What are you referring to? Thank you for all the individual subs. Keep them coming. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you to Developing World Chatters, but all the fucking Tims and Toms and Bernards and Klauses and Michaels in chat, the Western rich boys and girls, okay, all the Cassandras. Where are you at with this number? This number is just fucking, it's crazy. And I genuinely think if we hit 1, it's going to be easier because everybody's intimidated of being the first Western taxpayer. Be the first Western taxpayer. And exclamation point, white Oiler chatters lives matter will fill the streets. Okay?
I do. Because it's all like, hey, let's make it not a big deal. Let's be tolerant. Let's be tolerant Christians. Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. Let's just be tolerant. It's okay. Let's be tolerant.
Thank you, Chris Pin, for another 5, showing that developing world chatters got bigger fucking hogs than Western, though. Oil from the East. That's where it flows now, chatters. Oil from the beautiful East. Because the West is dry as a Hormuzzi.
Let's accept all this stuff. Let's allow all this immigration that's going on. I do. Because it's all like, hey, let's make it not a big deal. Let's be tolerant. Let's be tolerant Christians. Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. Let's just be tolerant. It's okay. Let's be tolerant. Let's accept all this stuff. Let's allow all this immigration.
My guy is like just arguing against a non-existing person. Also, look at the school. Barry, where are you? Barry, what the fuck, dude? I live in a simulation. Look at the chat. Ed Hassanabi, fun day react vid, a sequel to a vid you watched a few years ago about work. It's Barry posting. I found Barry in a video that's fucking crazy. Almost as crazy as a level 4 hype train.
Let us reach level 10. The Hormuzzi aches for a big, thick, long, uncut
hype train. Okay? Let's pummel that shit and let's reach our beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Gamba goal. Let the oil flow. Let's spin. It's a Sunday. It's a fucking day when you're supposed to fucking enjoy yourselves. So, as we cover the news, let's also spin some fucking wheels. Let's point and laugh at the losers, who's usually the streamer. Let's have some fun. Thank you. Let's go. True motherfucking true. Listen to Cuphead or she's going to break your heads in.
Immigration that's going on in UK.
Metaphorically, of course.
It's not a big deal. They're not that bad. It's fine. They don't live the way you do. They just don't. They don't live by the values you and I live in America.
I love that he's not out-woking Tucker, but instead out-racisting Tucker. Like, this is right-wing infight.
This is supposed to be directed at Tucker Carlson. Okay, fantastic. Fucking-tastic.
Now, if you I have a lot of friends that, like Andrew Tate chose to become a Muslim. If you've already converted, but you've not made the announcement publicly, listen, to each his own. You're making that decision as an adult. I support it. More power to you. But my priority...
Wait, Muslims are coming and they're converting us and they're fucking us up. But if you choose to be Muslim, then God bless. The fuck? No, that means that the conspiracy you believe in is correct and they are successfully converting thousands upon thousands, sometimes even our great thought leaders, which then invite others to become Muslim as well. Like, the fuck? You should be like, this should be, man, I gotta teach the racists how to racist properly. Like, you sound stupid, okay? This is exactly what you should be the most pissed off about. No, not more power to you. If you decide to be Muslim, you're an enemy of the West. You're an enemy of Christian civilization. You're an enemy of the Judeo-Christian order. Okay? That's supposed to be the pitch, you dumb fucking cretin. But then again, how can I expect an Iranian to do proper white boy racism? Am I right, Chad? Look at this brown trying to do what we've done for a millennia. He even fails in it. He says, more power to you if you are converting to Islam. What a simpleton, Chad. No. Is that like white guy laugh? How do I do the white guy laugh? Ho, 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 ho. Is that it? Is it ho, 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 ho?
He is America first. My priority is to make sure we advance America in a way that young men are able to make enough money to get married and have 3+ kids, preferably 4, and be able to have their kids.
I agree, but not with men that look like you. Ho, 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 ho. My boy thinks he's on the team. Ho, ho, ho. When we talk about declining birth rates of white children, we are not talking about whoever has the sexes with your daughters or sons. That does not contribute to increasing the birth rates of white children. Oh, my God thinks he is on team. It is funny. It is always funny. It is always. But our Lord and Savior Adolf Hitler did say that there are some Aryans among the Iranians, but separate but equal, okay? We will send you back to Iran. We will take back Iran for there, yeah, my friend, and we will send you back there. Yes. There you can be like the Eastern Aryans, and we will be Western Aryans here. Yeah. Sehr gut, yeah. Thank you very much, PDX Bike Guy for the 5. So many beautiful developing world chatters. We're on 6. Let's go to 7. Wow.
Dream become a reality where if they want to go build a business and make billions, do it. If you want to make millions, do it. If you want to go in a
Am I value tained? Always.
No, I don't want these fucking minorities taking business and capital away from true Native Americans, brother. Yeehaw, brother.
Guess who's having a ton of kids, man? Muslims. Listen, I don't want people to come to America and Islamically have 3+ kids. I want them to have kids. Christians.
White people be like, yo, we're losing this battle. Meanwhile, also white people, we refuse to call you white unless you've had like 17 generations of white. It is an immediately lost battle. The only type of white supremacists that will win long term are ones that do understand that the concept of race is, even inside of a fascist movement, completely fucking metaphysical, and it should only be used as a category to differentiate those who refuse to melt themselves into the proverbial whiteness. I'm talking about American fascism here, okay? But that is very difficult to do because the United States has been built on a constant and uninterrupted pitch of othering everyone who does not get to define themselves as white enough and de facto American enough, which is then, through othering, forced so many ethnicities and nationalities and religious categories to look for other forms of identity, sometimes relating to like their great-great-great-grandfather's fucking country of origin, because the proverbial, WASPs and so on always refused to consider them one of their own. That is the problem with specifically the white supremacist movement inside of the United States of America itself, because it eats its own numbers, okay? It eats its potential growth. And that is why smart American fascists, who don't only have to be white, of course, not all fascism is simply white supremacy, that's why they expand the pool of potential people that can join it, okay? Potential pool of those who shall dominate over the filthy masses. Potential pool of those who can be defined as superior, etc., etc., etc.
Style. The best thing.
1 minute and 40 seconds of hype train left. Make that train chew so fucking hard, bro.
About Patrick Bet David is that he's a brown man, Muslim. Wait, is he Muslim? No, he's not Muslim. Has an insanely Jewish last name and is Iranian Armenian Christian Shah enjoyer. Oh, you're saying he's a brown man as in he's Muslim coded for that reason. Yeah, it is. He is everything all at once. He's just the perfect guy to come out of South Beach, okay? He's insanely popular in the Muslim community. Oh, God. Yeah, I like that a guy that looks like this is talking to Tucker Carlson and saying Tucker Carlson is a secret Muslim.
When we first moved to Florida for the first 30
guys, please trust me. I am on your side, guys. I will now tell the leader of the white boys, basically, Tucker Carlson. I will brown-splain to the leader of the white boys what white supremacy actually is. But just please call me white for a second, guys, please. For fuck's sakes, guys, please, guys. Guys, please. Motherfucker's ideology is bleaching. Brownsplain, yes, I'm inventing new words. This show obviously can never get ads. Let's make the hype train true motherfucking true. The Sarzas, you beautiful motherfucker. First Western tax payment, and of course comes from a Western minority. Why are you brownsplaining to the Western whites, dude? Why are you brownsplaining how taxes are supposed to be paid, dude? Thank you very much. W for a first Western taxpayer, Sarzas. Thank you for saving the hype train. This should motivate other fellow Westerners to do the same. Thank you, my brothers. Allah will deliver the Bradfords and Randys. What a damn tanner, brother. Strutting that ass. Who is better hearing, PBD or Marco Rubio, the two legendary years of the U.S.? PBD. But yeah. This is like. I mean, what allegory am I supposed to use? It is not going to be gosh as fuck. I guess
days, every single night.
Yeah, but don't call me white. I'm sorry, my friend. No, I said no because you dropped 10. If you are a Western white, you gotta drop me a 20. Okay. I mean, not always. I guess you can live in, I don't know. If you're an ethnic minority, so I don't know, if you're like a French guy in Spain, you still owe me just 10, not 20, because you are a minority, a French minority in Spain, right? But if you don't have citizenship and you are from a developing world country, you owe me 5, even if you live in the West. Thank you, Rhino Presser. Rhino Presser was like, nah, developing world chatters are on top. And then God of Negativity is also, nah, developing world chatters on top. Hype train up into level 8. I guess then let's just point and laugh at the Westerners, just developing world chatters, like run this fucking train. Let's see how far developing world chatters can run this fucking train. Because Western chatters, when they want to, they can run it a lot. Oh, now we have competition. Sawbull came in with a 10. Are you going to let that slide, developing world chatters? He's calling you out. He's like those fucking brokies from the third world living in fucking huts and caves dancing around the bull they just killed around a fire. Huh? Are you going to take that? Are you going to take that? You know, Sawbull just texted me that. He texted me a lot of racist stuff and said, no, we will dominate. Okay? Let's see. Now it's looking like, developing world chatters, a lot of talking, not a lot of doing. While the Westerners, point and laugh at you. They're like, we can always oil up more than they can. Do they even have electricity? They all ride horses and camels and gorillas, okay? They don't even have when they pay for subs, they plug in their debit card into a potato, the main power source of the third world country of Belarus, okay? Belarus doesn't have electricity. They just have potato farms, and they all charge their phones in potatoes. And then they do cons in Western Europe where they con people for money, but then they send that money to the Russian army. And the Russian army then funnels that money into planes for Muslims that they then teleport to America and the UK. That's what we do all day. Okay, that's the business Eastern Slavs are in. Oh, I forgot to send my Russian army tax today. Thanks, Hugo. Cynical Chris, show him Polish power. Let's go. That's so haram. Anyways, we're level 9. Right now, the Western Oilers are leading. Let me see if developing world Oilers can catch up. Anyways, let's go back to this Brownsplainer of white supremacy.
I would walk and I would listen to this version of Amazing Grace because that's the only thing I relate to. To this version of Amazing Grace because that's the only thing I relate to. Those words, you know the words. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. That, I want to read this.
Oh my God, dude, do better. He's like, man, I got to relate to these fucking Americans. I really love the song you guys sing. Guys, man, I love America, dude. You're fucking the flag. It's got like stripes and stars. It's the prettiest flag, brother. It's the prettiest flag. I love, all the staples of American culture. Apple pie. I have big gun. I have 3 big weapon. Cynical Chris, thank you very much. One more developing world chatter, and then you are equal with the first world chatters. Let me see what you can do. Thank you for the biddies as always as well.
He's the man, dude. That is what I listen to. Come on, how are you not value-tained? He's so funny. He's so unintentionally funny. Oh my god, this banged.
Like, if I didn't know that he was so fucking stupid, if I didn't know that he was that fucking dumb, I would think he's just doing a grift on patriots and shit. Like, oh, because it sounds like the thing that a pure grifter would say, like a pure guy just trying to manipulate a particular audience. Because it looks like it took 2 minutes worth of thinking. Oh, bro, how do we talk to the patriots? I guess just say that you love apple pie and the anthem, that it really speaks to you. Like, what? Then go on a rant about how burning the American flag should be illegal and that you love freedom. Like that, like if the guy isn't as dumb as PBD is, it would sound like you're just doing a con. Speaking of cons, finishing a hype train at level 9 and not level 10 is conning yourself out of enjoyment. Because when you see that 10... Yeah. The war continues. Dude Control comes in with a 5 and says, the filthy Westerners will not dominate this chat. But then I don't think so comes out, says 12 slurs, and drops a 20. Is, I don't think so, challenging some of the top Oilers in the top 3 positions. Let us see. Are you going to let the famous bigot and racist of chat, I don't think so, dominate? Or will developing world chatters show their true financial scope, power, ability, and sense of purpose? We will wait to see. Thank you very much. I don't think so for paying your first world taxes. Thank you very, 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 very much.
600,000 views in 19 hours. I like that he has to read it, by the way. He's like, oh, I internalized the message, except I want to read it now. This impacted my hugely. I do not know the words by heart. 51,000 likes.
You can see that I don't think so is not denying it. I don't think so just DM me like, dude, stop amping up the developing world chatters. They're brokies, okay? You serve us, your Western overlords. You're just LARP that you're from the East. I actually live in Beverly Hills. That's why I wear a mask, because if you saw my face, you would immediately be able to geolocate me, okay? My face looks so California that you would immediately know that I'm from California. I have that California tan. And what else do they have in California? I have that addiction to $20 coffee and like cheating on my girlfriend and boyfriend. That's how I imagine California people. Like that's it. They are serial cheaters that follow marketing trends made by coffee companies to buy $20 coffees.
That saved a wretch like me, like this guy, regular guy, a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Jesus Christ changed my life. And I'm a Christian man saying this, a business owner. Most people don't know what I do.
Most people don't know what I do. I'm a business owner. I didn't know that either. Yeah, he's like a...
No, listen. These are the last, this is the last sentence you say before, no, wait, I'm going to do a better bit, wait.
My life.
Okay, wait. Wait. I got a good bit idea. Wait. Wait.
And I'm a Christian. Jesus Christ changed my life.
Wait. Just give me a second. Okay. 1 second. You'll like it. I think you'll like it. It's not going to be bad. Wait. Wait. Oh, come on. It's MP too long. Oh, this clip is so stupid. Come on. Gosh, Jesus Christ. This. And the sound is low. Never mind, man. Fuck this. Fuck this. Nah. The bit was the guy says what kind of an American, and then he replies with,
and I'm a Christian man saying this, a business owner. Most people don't know what I do to
most people.
And then another cut to the guy that asks what kind of an American, going doof, and shooting. Yes, it was going to be a great bit, but God forbid they don't copyright claim every clip that's ever put on YouTube. So it's very difficult to actually find the segment. So yes.
Don't know what I do.
Thank you for the level 11 hype train. First World Chatters won. Developing World Chatters have lost. If you want to reclaim your crown, you know what to do. But this is now a white boy, white girl chat. American. I am now officially an American, guys. Guys, I love apple pie and I love serving the Lord Jesus Christ, originally from the U.S. of A., Wisconsin. God damn it, I'm going to join the Mormon church and I'm going to get myself 12 wives and keep saying that the Lord has been reincarnated as a guy in the United States of America, brother. Yeah. It's just Kali. I know that, my friend. I know. Solid concept work, dude. Yeah, I know. It was difficult. But it was decent, right? It would have been a decent bit. Could have been a decent bit. It was very embarrassing, but yes. Oh, Lordy.
Business owner. I didn't know that either. Yeah, he's like a MLM schemer, by the way, which is probably unsurprising to zero people. MLM schemer, born again Christian, loves capitalism. That's his only real religion. I mean, think about how he talks about Christianity versus how he talks about the real Christianity, which is capitalism. Patrick Bet David founded PHP Agency in 2009, a financial services company specializing in life insurance that operates using multi-level marketing model. Critics, including a 2019 The Daily Beast investigation and YouTuber Coffeezilla, have likened it to.
I have to say one particular thing. MLMs are the most capitalist enterprise in the world because it's a capitalist organization that understands the alienation of the worker better than anyone else. Why? What does the MLM do that other more traditional corporations don't, right? You have three large forms of corporate structure, of a business structure. Number one, you have the traditional business in which one is the owner, then multiple employees. Owner owns the means of production or whatever necessarily is used to create the commodity or service. They get salaries. He gets the creme de la crop of the pie, and he enjoys it. They depend on him because in a capitalist system, who owns the means of production is the one who holds most of the power, right? So classic business. Late-stage capitalism invents a new thing where it is completely legal to not sign an actual employer-employee contract, but still indirectly employ someone. So this is the second model. These are all your gig economy apps, etc., etc. It's the same as the previous model, but you don't really have to pay for. You have to pay for even less insurance and shit and taxes for your employee, right? Because they're not your employee. Basically, we invented a model where we say that somebody's not our employee as they do employee stuff for us, right? You don't even have to guarantee a salary for them, right? And then there's a third model, the most honest capitalist model in the world, because it understands its very contradiction. What does the MLM model say? The MLM model says, why the fuck would anyone want to work for someone else? That is fucking stupid because it is exploitative. So it goes to every single potential person that they are going to con, and it tells them, do you want to be a filthy proletarian subhuman? Of course you don't. If you join us, you can be your own business owner. You can become a capitalist. Buy an incredible amount of stock from us. I don't mean literal stock. I don't mean digital stock. I mean literal stock, like buy $20,000 worth of toilet paper and resell it. And you will be a business owner. Hell, you can help other people also become small capitalists, and they will make money as well. And the more money they make, the more money you will make. It is a model so honest to an extent. You understand what I'm saying? In a meta way. So honest because it understands the main contradiction of the capitalist production model, which is the alienation of the worker. So it tries to jump over that and just call you a capitalist. You're not even a worker in an MLM. You're a client. That's the meme. That's the con. The con in an MLM, in a pyramid scheme, is you're not even employed. They just told you that if you buy a very large amount of stuff, that somehow makes you a business owner. But the fact that there are so many people that just by instinct are sold to this idea that having a business is immediately is de facto less alienating than being an employee, is what's fascinating about MLMs, right? So 3 categories: typical business, traditional business, let's call it model. Second is gig economy, no relation to the employer. And third is you are not an employee. You can be an employer, but really our relationship is that of a client and a business. I fucking adore the complexities of this system that I hate. It's an incredible system. It is so fucking fascinating, and that is why it must be abolished, because with all of its complexities, it is nonetheless incredibly inefficient on average and outdated. Can you imagine how beautiful of a system we can make that will inherit this one with all its complexities? Sorry, I blacked out there for a moment. Rant.
With pyramid scheme alleging heavy reliance on recruitment fees, $150 training fee.
I scammed an MLM once. I realized that their buy-in package would be cheaper to try all their products than buying them. Then I bought from myself and I got a 30% discount. Klasa. Want to abolish the system so the PSA is important.
Monthly fees rather than just product sales. Do you think he has to do reshoots if there's not enough smoke behind him? No, he's one take Jake, dude. Come on.
So I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know if you're...
Wait, is that real smoke? There's no way that's real smoke. Is that real smoke? No way is that real smoke. No way. It is.
Trying to get behind a Massey because I think he's a pretty capable, talented guy. I don't know if you want to run. I don't.
Nah. It's CGI smoke, dude. Some dude is fucking vaping in the background. What do? I vape on the PBD, dude.
I don't know what you're solving for. I don't know if you're like, well, I don't care if we win the midterms. I don't care. Let a Democrat win. Maybe sometimes America needs to go through the pruning process.
I think it's a green screen.
Because I want to see destroy the GOP and start all over again. I don't know. Maybe that's the vision. If it is, more power to you. That's not my vision. My vision isn't that. And I have a sprinkle of libertarian in me because I want to be left alone and just kind of allow me to do that kind of stuff. So whenever I have the conversation and I listen to it, Dave, I agree with a lot of this stuff libertarian.
Yeah, he's like, I have a sprinkle of libertarian.
I love that he's talking to Tucker Carlson as if there's some sort of a fucking equal. Tucker Carlson is a class-conscious fascist with a long-term plan for the preservation of American empire, or at least upkeep of the current state of the American empire. And PBD talks to incredibly stupid troglodytes on the internet and sells them shit. Okay? You guys are not even in the same industry, my boy.
Is in me, which is why I think we need to purge every Muslim from the boundaries of the state. Famously, a libertarian policy is too many Muslims in the country.
And I'm so confident with myself on what I've done because there's only one thing I fear.
Vexandra coming with revenge against Western taxpayers. Who will stay on top? We will see. Currently, I can remember Western taxpayers are leading by 15 subs. Developing world chatters, you know what to do, my friends.
My life, and that's God.
Thank you for those taxes.
I don't fear anything more than I fear God. And trust me, I fear God a lot because this thing's like this.
Yeah.
I feel God a lot because this thing's like this.
Trust me, I fear God a lot.
Starts an MLM, cons a million people. I fear God so much, dude. Oh, man. I genuinely don't believe in hell, but sometimes it's very fun to imagine it existing. Because, like, what does Satan even do with these dudes? Not Satan, but whoever's, like, actually managing hell. Shaitan or whatever the fuck. Well, what does he do with the dudes that, like, always say that they fear God, but they never really did? Does he make them, like, just be afraid for all of eternity? That's, like, just give them the feeling of panic for the rest of time. You know? Satan is low-key the good guy. I never understood, like, Satanists from one very simple perspective. And now I'm going to get myself in trouble with Satanists. Like, aren't you a human patriot, my guy? So if we follow through on the story, Satan low-key a human hater, okay? I don't care about his relationship to his dad, okay? But that's a alien-ass motherfucking angel, okay? Alien-ass motherfucker. God gets tired of the alien-ass angels, and he's like, I'm going to create something that can make mistakes, because that's more interesting, I guess. And then Satan's like, no, but we're perfect. Why are you making imperfect creatures? Well, motherfucker, now we exist, okay? Now we exist. So that fucking angel that hates us is an op, okay? You understand what I'm saying? He fucking hates us. Satan does not like you. He does not believe you. He doesn't like dehumanize you. He doesn't believe humans should exist. You know? So like the fuck? Why would I be on that guy's side? Just if you don't believe in God or you don't like God, just be an atheist. But a Satanist, I don't get it. He's not real, Hugo. Dude, I'm talking from like the perspective of if I believed in him. And if I believe Satan from scripture, then it doesn't make sense. Like worshiping Satan from scripture, like I'm not even talking about ethics or morality over there. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense because he hates humans and you are one. The fuck? Like a farm animal loving its butcher? The fuck, bro? Unless you're some sort of like meta-nihilist that worship Satan because you believe that he can wipe us all out. And you agree with Satan that humanity should have never existed in the first place. That is fascinating and interesting, and I might have a beer with you. You're smart. But all the rest is kind of LARPy. It's weird. It's like he doesn't like you. A lot of the big satanic temple in Detroit is people who were traumatized by growing up in the church, and it's sort of like a support group to fight back in a way. It's one way to go at it. Satan is daddy and we want to, oh my God. But no, he would not step on you. He would remove you from existence. He would void you of ever having existed. No one who practices deceit shall dwell in my house. No one who utters lies shall continue before my eyes. I mean, with the same, and this towards PBD is absolutely. I mean, with the same logic, why would I worship a God that sent floods and plagues for shits and giggles? Well, one could argue it wasn't for shits and giggles, right? Right? But still, if it was, you could still frame it that way. And that would be fair. That's what I'm saying. That wouldn't, I'm not saying anything hypocritical here. I don't believe I am. Satan is supposed to represent rebellion and free will. When repressing the masses with religion, you must insist they feel fear of eternal damnation. Allegorically, sure. But, if we look at scripture, Satan, what is he rebelling against? He's rebelling against the creation of human beings. And you are one. You get what the fuck I mean? Come on, you guys are smart. You get what I mean? It's contradictory to your existence. Anyways, if you're a Satanist, subscribe. If you're a Christian, subscribe. If you're a Muslim, subscribe. If you're a Hindu, subscribe. If you're an atheist, subscribe. If you're a deist, subscribe. If you're a theist, subscribe. If you're an agnostic, subscribe. If you're a Mormon, get the fuck out of here, you filthy fucking savage. If you're a Buddhist, subscribe. If you're a Catholic, subscribe. If you're Orthodox, subscribe, and so on and so on. Okay.
Patrick Bet David is crazy. He pre-banned you years ago. Yeah, Patrick Bet David refused to have me on the show.
That was a funny bit. Come on, with the. I know it immediately stops being funny when I say it. It would be really funny if a Mormon in chat now subscribed. That would be fucking hilarious.
Show. Not exactly sure why, but are we team Patrick Bet David or Tucker? Which of these heroes are we fighting for? I say let him fight.
I'm a Scientologist, so I won't subscribe.
I'm just in it to see two legends of the game duking it out, doing what they do best, okay? I love both of these guys, as you know. I have great love for both of them. They're at the peak of their game. I obviously, I'm a fan of Charlie Kirk, peace be upon him.
You should really listen to the Hassan episode on the reaction pod, because there he talks about, literally he rates different far-right figures. He talks about his how he sees them. He talks about their power levels, how much they can contribute positively or negatively to their particular cause. It's a very good episode. It's very interesting hot takes. Exclamation point reaction. Or link in pin. Go subscribe or follow now and listen later or now. Thank you, Anonymous, for the fucking sub, baby.
So,
thank you very much, Anon. Be like Anon.
I think
maybe that Anon was a Mormon but didn't want to get ousted. Okay, you're the only good Mormon. I can't be bigoted against Mormons. I have a Mormon subscriber.
To myself, what would Charlie Kirk do in this circumstance, in this situation? What would Charlie Kirk do? He would carry the flame. That's what I'm here to do, to carry the goddamn flame.
I've been instructed by God to try to do my best to have some grace. And I believe in you. I believe in your abilities. But I believe in God and America more than I believe in any man in America, because I've seen many great empires fall. And for as long as I'm alive and I'm kicking, and if God wants to use me as a voice to elevate how amazing of a country we live in, how lucky we are to be here.
Both of these individuals.
Dude, speaking of satanic, motherfucker dropping straight satanic shit. Leave UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait immediately. Iran will retaliate, destroying everything. These regimes are guilty partners in the genocidal Epstein coalition and will not be forgiven. The rising temperatures in the Persian Gulf will soon make them uninhabitable. Holy fucking shit. Oh my fucking God. Wait. Leave UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait immediately. Iran will retaliate, destroying everything. These regimes are guilty partners in the genocidal Epstein coalition and will not be forgiven. The rising temperatures in the Persian Gulf will soon make them uninhabitable. Thank you very much, Vivaldi. Oh, that was fucking class. Almost as class as Vixandra with her, their 5 additional sub. I will count you as a Western taxpayer, even though you might not want that. Should I count you as a Western taxpayer? I won't count you in the Civil War, but I will count you here because I really got to hit my goal. Otherwise, my ego will be in great pain. Thank you very much for the 5.
6 more Westerners must pay, or I will sick Mr. Saeed Mohammed Marandi at them, okay? And Mr. Saeed right here is not fucking the fuck around, if you know what I mean, dude. Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. They're helping us without knowing, and they are the ones that lose with the closed passage. $500 million, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read the whole stupid fucking thing. Crazy response. Fucking fuck it. Fuck it. I'm clicking follow. Fuck it. Fuck it. I haven't been... Jesus, this gentleman has a lot of fucking followers. Professor of English Literature and Orientalism, University of Tehran. Fascinantno, fascinantno. Fascinantno. Fascinantno.
Tucker Carlson and Patrick Bet-David have refused to have me on their shows, so I'm an outsider. What prompted this video? Apparently Tucker Carlson said something about Patrick Bet-David, and that's took place. That's how this happened.
But if you send your followers, and you got a lot of people that will do whatever you do, because you're the head guy at the top, and you know all the other people that follow whatever you say. So I trust all of them are going to probably attack me. I hope they don't, because I'd like to see that if the day Charlie passed, it was a heavy burden on me.
Peace be upon him. Charlie Kirk, the prophet Charlie Kirk.
Because I have young boys that love Charlie.
Come on. No. Why are you still trying to do this, dude? Why are you still trying to do this? It's not... The deification of our boy Charlie cannot happen. It's past. The grift is past. The grift is past. You're too late, PBD. You're too late, my friend.
Ever seen my son get emotional for 30 minutes the day Charlie died, and I was at an event that I couldn't even get to my son that night? I think there's a lot of movements that need our help.
He's like,
Man, he's got a soy son. He's got a soy son. Of course, PBD sold his fucking soy. Not very masculine, is it? Crying about a podcaster. Very hypocritical. I hope you guys cry when I get killed. Oh, wait, I'm wearing a mask, motherfucker. Ew, it's so LARPy. And then they start killing podcasters. Not very LARPy then, bitch.
The day Charlie Kirk died, it was really hard for me personally, okay? Because I couldn't be there to emotionally support my son, my adult son, who was emotional for 30 minutes, okay? Do you know how long 30 minutes?
Is it an adult son? Oh, bitch, come on. I thought I was bullying a child. PBD's son. No, I think it is child. It is not child. He has children. Okay, I'm not going to attack his children. That's filthy. I'm not attacking his children. I'm just saying that why are your children watching Charlie Kirk if they're children? But then again, you're their dad, so.
This is when you're emotional. It's very long. After 30 minutes was over, though, he ain't no pussy. He was back. He was back to Sigma grind set. As soon as the 30 minutes were over, he looked at me and he said, Dad, it's time to start a new business. What prompted this is because
Just told us.
Tucker on the new...
You ever listen to the Carry the Flame Turbo Folk version? What do you think, my friend? Of course.
Religion of Trump's America and his mockery of Jesus Christ. 1.5 million views. Oh my God. This is America B, I think. Or maybe it's America A. I just don't even know about it. That's crazy, though. 2 days, 1.5 million views. We have been focusing on monitoring the mother situation like a bunch of dumb idiots, trying to make sense of what Trump is saying, trying to understand if the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open or not. Meanwhile, these guys are just talking about that Americans actually care about.
But it's not just Lindsey Graham. This is everywhere today, in case you haven't seen it. Here's Patrick Bet-David on his podcast.
Bro, I know people who have purposely showed Charlie Kirk to their kids. Oh my fucking God.
A day or two ago. Watch this.
I don't know why Catholics, have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is. They have this...
Dude, what the fuck, Tucker? I was just defending you like 5 seconds ago. Your approach to PBD should be completely ignoring him. You're just giving him crazy amounts of clout. What the fuck are you doing, dude? You're not on the same level. Get on my level, motherfucker. Why are you... He's a... Nobody takes him seriously. And the people that do probably don't have the mental capacity to go to a fucking voting booth. Okay? Like the fuck? Anyways, Jews, yes. My favorite conversation. By the way, have you seen the Javier Milei shit? Javier Milei is real like, man, I want a Jew max. I want a Jew max so fucking hard. I'm Jew maxing so hard. Dude, why every time I open my Twitch, my Twitter, it's Jackson Hinkle posting some AI photo of himself. Every single fucking time. What's my hot take on that? Fucking Russian asset. That's the easiest fucking hot take in the world. Pure Russian asset. But this is more interesting, okay? Argentina's president Javier Milei became emotional after kissing the Western Wall in Israel. Like he's been saying like 1,000 times that he really wants to be become Jewish after finishing his term in office, because it would be too difficult to follow through on all the Jewish traditions before you do it. But my hot take on why Javier Milei in particular is like obsessed with Israel in particular, not that much Judaism, but Israel in particular. You know what it is? It's like, when somebody becomes a Marxist, when somebody reads Marx and actually learns that, all of history is class warfare and that it's beat each small. When it comes to systems, it's those who benefit from the system versus everybody who has to upkeep it but not benefit from it, blah, blah, blah. But then they don't become socialists. They do get class consciousness, but they're like, okay, I don't want to be under the boot, so I'll do everything in my power to become the boot, right? Right? So people that do have class consciousness, I generally believe most even billionaires do, et cetera, but they decide to put on the boot so that they avoid being the small dog, okay? They don't want to destroy the entirety of the system, which necessitates oppression. They just want to make sure that they're comfortable. Well, I have a theory that there are people out there that internalize anti-Semitism in a very similar way. What is my theory? People that believe all the wacky, crazy anti-Semitic theories about Jewish cabals controlling the world, being like the smartest and most evil people, etc., etc. But then, when learning that, they don't become Nazis, but they want to become this incredibly anti-Semitic, insane, over-the-top version of a Jew. That is what Javier Milei is. Javier Milei is the type of guy, that's just my theory, that read the Elders of Zion, the original anti-Semitic book, and was like, Jesus, these guys sound based as fuck. These guys sound based as fuck. Wait, drinking the blood of children, manipulating the world economy, and infiltrating inferior races and motivating them to fight for them against their enemies. That sounds sick as hell. I want to be one of those. So TLDR, my theory is that Javier Milei is an incredibly anti-Semitic Jew that's like doing reverting or whatever to Judaism for all the worst reasons. The same way a guy who's like a big business owner will read Marx in order to learn new ways on dissuading employees. It's like, bet, hold my Ayn Rand. No, that's just Ayn Rand. So yeah, that's my hot take on Javier Milei. I genuinely think he believes in negative stereotypes about Jews, and he's like, yeah, but that's actually based, and I actually want to be one of them. I want to be on the team. Okay, I'm gonna get circed.
I don't know why Catholics...
Imperial Japanese envoy to Germany energy. It's a pretty solid interpretation, to be honest. Not tinfoil at all. I mean, it happens very often. You know what kind of... like in China for a very long time, because it's all the way in fucking Asia, and it never really had a Jewish population. They the first time they learned a lot about the Jews was during World War II. Like all the anti-Semitic tropes and so on. And I learned this from a Chinese person, actually on the Deprogram, a Chinese creator. And most Chinese people, when they were because they were learning about the Jews during World War II, so they were only learning like very anti-Semitic propaganda. Most Jews' reaction was like, damn, these guys are incredible. What the fuck? They control the world from the shadows? That shit's crazy, right? But yeah. They weren't like, oh, we got to kill him. They were like, man, that's impressive. How do we do that? Well, that's what Javier Milei is like. How do I get the secret Jew energy?
Have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is. They have this I don't listen. I get the Jews have issues with Christians, and they'll make fun, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, your Jesus is gonna do." They'll say, "Well, he was a Jew anyways, right?"
Yeah. It's so dope. We have another schism in 2026 somehow. Yeah, you mean the Patrick Bet David Tucker Carlson schism, right? Not the anti-Catholic Church American Catholics.
Yeah, we got the Orthodox Marxists, the MLs, the MLMs, the Trots, the anarchists, the anarcho-syndicalists. People disagreeing on what the revolution is going to look like, basically, and where to apply different models of revolutionary activity and to which material conditions a particular school of thought applies to more or less. That's basically the leftist schism. Meanwhile, the schism in the American right is literally the schism. It's literally based on different religious interpretations. The Chinese learning about other people through propaganda is always hilarious. Still better than Japanese people talking about black people. Oh my God, yeah, that's fucking shit. Is woof. That shit's rough.
Because that's the real schism.
Japanese people talking about anyone, I feel like, is fucking rough. Motherfucker, really? Dude, you're just a fucking 42-year-old fucking gooner, virgin, and you out here talking about racial supremacy. Really, dude? Okay, I guess. Fucking hell, man.
Trump, the month...
You see what I did there? There I used a borderline racist stereotype of a Japanese person, but because it was a borderline racist stereotype of a Japanese racist, it is slightly more acceptable as a way to undermine their ideology that they are racially superior to anybody else, right? So you see this incredibly complex cocktail of weaponized stereotypes being thrown from one side of the aisle to the other. It is for that is where my expertise lies, my friend. Welcome to Balcon, as Vivek would say, okay? We like to put everything out on the table immediately so there's nothing being held back. Speaking of nothing being held back, I've been holding up my bladder for a second here. Let me go take a quick piss. I can hear everything that is happening, and it would be guys, it would be fucking crazy. It would be fucking crazy if I return to like 10 gift subs. That would be like a crazy thing. I would be like, oh my god, I can't believe that happened. You guys are so original. Piss boy.
Before the last election, this is October 2024, visiting the grave of a man called Rebbe Schneerson, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who he's since passed away, the leader of a large Orthodox sect. He's Eastern European by birth, came with many of his followers to New York, to Brooklyn, and built a very successful, though relatively speaking, very small center of religious thought and political power, actually. He died some years ago. There's the now president standing there. It looks like maybe Ben Shapiro there, Howard Lutnick, wearing a kippah on his head. As you look at that, ask, is it possible?
Lamau, is this Trump is secretly Chabad? Yes. Trump is a Chabadnik. So is Zohran. And of course, how can I forget Vladimir Putin? I like that all of the leaders, all the centers of power are secretly Chabadnik. No, he's saying the argument he's trying to present, well, he's not so subtly saying that Trump is secretly Jewish, but the argument on his face is him saying Trump has more reverence and respect for Jews than he does for his supposed own religion, Christianity, a religion that almost all of his supporters do believe in. He's trying to basically sever by force Trump's ties with his own base of support.
And that has worked. That's changing very, very fast, however. But ask yourself, can you imagine Donald Trump sending out a meme mocking Rebbe Schneerson? And of course, under no circumstances could you imagine that, because under no circumstances would that ever happen. Trump would not be allowed to do that, and Trump would never even consider doing it. But sending out multiple images mocking Jesus? No problem at all. So that gives you a more precise sense of what our civic religion actually is.
I just don't think that Tucker Carlson has motion amongst the people that he is seemingly trying to communicate to. Like, I don't think that there are, Trump supporters that are watching him and going like, oh my God, Trump might be a secret Jew. He absolutely does. Liberals love his takes. No, liberals like his takes. I think now Tucker Carlson is established an audience. He can still win back all the Republicans like that, because it doesn't take much for Republicans to lend their support to someone. But I do think that he has a larger audience of like Bangladeshi unks than he does like American evangelicals at this point, at least on his YouTube page, and maybe liberals and independents as well.
Millions of troops to Europe to defeat the German government, and with the help of the Soviets, our allies at the time, we did that. And in the process of doing that, over 250,000 Americans, American men, were killed trying to stop the Nazi government from doing the evil things that it was doing. 250,000 more than American men died fighting the Nazis. But
when you joined it at the fucking end, still, I thank them for their service. The last American I would ever thank. Iran will retaliate, destroying everything. These regimes are guilty partners in the genocide. Oh, wow. Somebody actually did it. God of Negativity with 5 gift subs. Thank you very much. Now the developing world chatters are in the lead, and the first world chatters are in the back. Sidle Epstein coalition and will not be forgiven. The rising temperatures in the Persian Gulf will soon make them uninhabitable. Asmongold finds out he owes $397,000 to the IRS. It says intend to seize your property. Link, please? Koj kurac, daj link, brate. Ti si naš, jel da? Should I have a moment to announce what mutual aid community building we've done this month? Absolutely, chat. Share with Lady Zafira. Slao sam već. Pa kako ja da vidim dok pišem, bre, jebote pas? He's like, I already sent it. I was like, I was taking a piss. Dude, why are you using music from the incredible game Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? That is filthy, okay?
Do you guys mind if you give me a couple of minutes here? I had to get
This has to be clickbaiting.
certified mail from the IRS, and it says I owe them $397,000. So do you mind if I just take a photo of this and send it to my accountant real quick? I've got to deal with this. Not a good day to be me. Give me a second.
How does that even happen when you don't pay any fucking taxes? Okay, but let's do a nasty thing. How much, percentage-wise, how much do you think he needs to pay in taxes in whatever state he lives in? Let's calculate how much money he didn't pay taxes on. Which is kind of going to make him sound like a Chad, because we all live in capitalism and having a lot of money makes you sound like a Chad. None. Texas is 0. So he lives in Texas and it's 0. No, not state tax, your general taxes. So if he made $100,000, how much would he have to pay? If he made $1 million, how much would he have to pay? If he made $10 million, how much would he have to pay? Do I look like his fucking accountant? I'm saying in general, you guys have to know the percentage. Around 35%. Okay, so 0 state tax and around 30% to 35%. Let's go down the lower range of around 30%. 390,000 is 30%. Times 3 plus the additional 10. Why don't you just make a hole around your mouth, bro? 1 mil a year is about 360,000 in taxes. There you go. Okay, so around 1 mil. He didn't pay taxes for 1 mil.
A bit late, yeah. It said.
I know I have masks where I do have holes, and I just felt like snacking, and now it's annoying. I know. I agree. For a second there, I thought you were being a cunt, but you actually wanted me to eat more comfortably, which is fair. Can you see the mask with a hole in the mouth behind me? 119,400. What the fuck are you talking about? 390K is not all of his tax. It's the part he didn't pay. He says in the vid that's about a tenth of the total.
As intent to seize your property. So, which, I mean, honestly, I think that would be convenient for me. Then that would just work itself out. I just found out how much money I had to pay this year. They said basically it's gonna get worked out. It's not a big deal. That was not even a tenth of it. Oh god. Oh man.
Yeah, fake. I'm not saying he doesn't make that much money. Just this, I didn't know how much I had to pay in tax. Yeah. You get, number one, you got to sign off on it with your accountant. If you got to sign off with your accountant in this seventh world country that I live in, I'm pretty sure you got to sign off on your taxes in the United States of America. So this whole it's not even a tenth. Oh, it's just him humble bragging in front of his fucking audience. That's it. Anyways, let me close my camera. I'll be here. I just got to eat some sunflower seeds. I'm going to lose my fucking mind if I don't. Okay? Thank you. I love you. You'll be with animated Yuga for a while now. Okay? Okay. Is an accountant necessary if you're a Twitch streamer in Europe? Absolutely, yes. 100%. I pay a crazy amount of money for accounting.
In today's ceremony in the Congress, there was no mention of them. There was instead this. Watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, a museum leader.
Yeah, you say a whole bunch of Jews when you don't want to say 6. I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but he has had like the Holocaust revisionists and stuff on his broadcast before. I noticed that too. I did perk up a little bit.
President Trump says a U.S. team of negotiators is travelling to Pakistan to continue talks with Iran. Posting on social media, the president accused Tehran of a total violation of the ceasefire agreement, saying 2 ships, 1 British, 1 French, came under fire yesterday. While the US president's once again urging Iran to make a deal. He wrote, "We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope they take it."
Wait, I think this is some drama shit with Gary. I'm kind of fascinated. I want to check it out. Wait, let's see. Who's coming after my Gary? My fucking lukewarm mayonnaise Gary. Gary's fucking takes are milder than the sea in autumn. Like, like, if somebody's coming after Gary for being too radical, then that person is to the right of Adolf Hitler.
Okay. So today we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to be...
Damn, Gary, you're fucking quiet, brother.
Getting involved in the biggest piece of gossip.
Okay.
Slander.
Guys, get some tea ready. I want to see this. This came out 10 hours ago.
Some might say...
We're not going to watch it for an hour, but let's see what's happening.
Libel about me that took place
Sounds
in
good.
the last 6 months while I was away.
Oh, libel.
We are going to discuss Rory Stewart, his attacks on me. And we're going
Rory Stewart, I fucking love that guy. That's the weird looking guy, right? That's the weird looking guy. Yeah, it's the weird looking guy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. I love this guy. I love this guy. This is political science major made manifest into a human being. Holy mother of British genetics.
Answering the question, who is allowed to talk about...
When Yakub made this guy, he was like, damn, I overdid it with this one.
Economics. Okay, so I'm going to provide just the most basic context for people who are maybe don't know the rest is politics, don't know Rory Stewart, or are not from this country. The rest is politics is probably the biggest politics podcast in the UK. It is hosted by 2 centrist political figures, a former Conservative MP called Rory Stewart and a former Labour strategy advisor under Tony Blair, Alistair Campbell. And they interviewed Zach Polanski, who is the new sort of resurgent leader of the Greens last year in November. And I became subject of the conversation. And I'm going to watch, I'm going to show you the what was said about me.
Who is brewing tea? I'm brewing tea. Let's go, chat.
Then, so you can see for yourself.
We're not critically defend Gary here. I mean, I have a strong love-hate relationship. And not hate. I like Gary, but I have a strong relationship with Gary because I'm like, always like, come on, dude, just say it. I know you're thinking, just fucking say it. You're always throwing these invisible, non-existing lines. Mike, dude, just you can say it.
Tell us which economists you're listening to. Who
Is
are
Gary trustable? Yeah, he is, but he's doing the whole taxation thing.
your intellectual influences here?
Brilliant people. So Grace Blakely, Richard Murphy, who's been doing a lot of work on this, Gary Stevenson, who I know you've had on recently, James Meadway, lots of different economists. So a lot of the time it's just reading the stuff that they're talking about. And I think there is a consensus that the neoliberal model has broken and it's not worked.
Consensus Where? From people like Gary Stevenson? Or where's the consensus? Where's the academic consensus here?
I think the academic consensus is among economists who aren't working for the government. I think they're all looking at government
you
decisions.
see Gary Stevenson as a sort of pseudo-academic economist, or a...
I don't think he's pseudo-academic. I think he's literally an economist. That's his job.
He's a capitalist, he is, but he's a capitalist class trader. He's utilizing the knowledge that he's amassed by doing well in the capitalist system to platform a pretty anti-market perspective, an anti-hoarding of wealth perspective. So it's, it's good. It's good, especially because a lot of people need to hear the pro-socialist perspective from somebody that's doing really well in capitalism. For other people, that's not going to be a voice that's trustable, and they're going to avoid him like the plague, and that's understandable. But if you're here, and if you've been here for a while, I hope I taught you at least the most basic aspects of marketing or propaganda, if you want to feel more fucking special, which is create as many diverse pitches for your movement as you can, because while something is going to work for Mike, it's not going to work for Jenny or for Theodore, okay? Jesus, incredible names here. You get my point? So we need as many fronts, as many funnels as possible. Always welcome one, even when it doesn't look like it's made for you, my friend. It's good, but his analysis is limited because of that. The crazy part, my friend, I don't think it's because of that. Because I don't think he likes rich people. I don't think he believes that he's like some sort of genius. He's very open about that. His limit comes from... how do I put this? It's like, it's not even taboo. He probably considers like Marxism like fringe, like he considers it something that has been, that is so toxic that interacting with it contributes to nothing, right? You get what I mean? So in that way, does not have enough class consciousness, because if you do, you understand that, the mechanism of capital, even through reform, eventually returns itself to a previous state of hyper-exploitation after periods of reform, because it can now afford to do so again, for the masses will not revolt. So... TLDR, if you really got to put labels on people, this is a reformist socialist. He is a socialist. He's just a reformist. He's just a reformist. Oh, we can reform billionaires out of existence, then reform large capital out of existence, make a society where the market can be utilized by the state, kind of like China, but without, a dictatorship of the proletariat. So, reformist. Oh, I thought he was a Keynesian type of guy. No, he's not. He wants to say that he wants to abolish capitalism, but it's kind of where his rhetoric goes. He wants to abolish large capital. Let's say it like that.
What about, you mentioned... it's not his job. He's a city trader. He studied an undergraduate degree in economics.
Well, he does his part for the part of the funnel. I don't dislike him. I don't think he's a de-radicalizing force. Here in this community, we watch him just to see what the... Jesus, that's going to sound elitist as fuck, but what the layman thinks when they think leftist ideas. And I'm not calling him a layman. He's probably 10 times smarter than me. Just... he is from fucking, the UK, so chances for radicalization are a bit different. Opet pitam, hoćeš da kupiš Mac pre nego što me žena usmrti sa njim? O čemu pričaš, druže? Šta, prodaješ MacBook? Kakav, koji? Ne bi uzimao na drugu ruku. Ne znaš što se kući, ne znam. Ali ajde, reci šta imaš. Šta nudiš?
Right.
Okay, he's not a professional economist.
But I think if you do a degree in economics, it's fair to say you're an economist.
Where are the people with graduate level degrees in economics that you're focusing on here? Where are the professors? Where are the people for whom this is their academic speciality?
So this underlines.
Okay, so that is Rory Stewart pretty publicly.
Hoćeš mač kineski da... Neću mač kineski, jebem te u pičku, ja mislim pričaš o laptopu. Oh, fucking...
Denying.
Fucking degree creep. Don't even get me started. I'm enjoying my seeds too much to go on a fucking rant right now.
My credibility as an economist and disappearing my postgraduate degree at Oxford. It's pretty scandalous, really. People who've followed this channel for a long time will be aware that it is not uncommon for me to be attacked in the press. I have been attacked pretty publicly on YouTube before.
Skinny little dip.
And in the newspapers. And in general, I have like a strategy which is like, I just don't engage with nonsense on the internet, nonsense in the newspapers, and I wasn't going to engage in this one.
Okay,
While
then
I was
engage.
filming,
Okay, engage.
really interesting, and I'll tell you why. So I get attacked a lot in the media. You know, the Daily Mail ran 4 attack pieces on me in 4 consecutive days last year. They knocked on my parents' house. They went through my mum's Facebook. The Financial Times wrote a 5,000-word hit piece on me. And I don't enjoy those kinds of things, but I've come to expect it. But what was really interesting about...
Oh, you know he enjoyed it when he knows just how many words were used. Speaking of how many words are used, I always count exactly how many subscriptions I've gained at the end of the day. And if they're not enough, I cannot sleep, I cannot drink, I cannot eat. My you-know-what does not work. Therefore, I call upon you to give me health, to give me longevity, to give me you-know-what, by oiling me the fuck up and defining who the real winner is. Individual subscribers, is it? Oilers from the West, is it? Or Oilers from the East, is it? Welcome in, Little Bear! Da-dum-dum, da-dum-dum. Thank you very much, Little Bear, for the raid. Shout out to Little Bear, a dear friend of the show. Anybody who does not follow Little Bear is a stupid-ass motherfucker. Welcome back, Little Bear. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Everybody, please give them your love. Thank you very much, very much, very much. What's up? How you doing? Anything new? How's life? I'm not on cam. I'm going to turn it on, but I'm eating sunflower seeds right now, and the mask is kind of a problem. Anyways, I was just talking about oiling. Did I ever, what's the word? Did I ever hype in your chat? No, I did. Did I have a good stream? Thanks for the subs the other day. Chat, gift to Hugo, because then he gifts to me. No, it's not that I gifted. No. You're not supposed to be thanking me for that. You should be thanking me for being your hype man. So thank you for trying to be my hype man. You now show how good of a hype man Little Bear is, depending on how much oil you send my way, okay? But also follow Little Bear for real. So yeah, Little Bear, let's see your game. Let's see how good you are.
This attack by Rory Stewart was most instantly how easily this...
Thank you for being my hype man. I'm fucking with you, my friend. No, you don't actually have to fucking be my hype man. Oh, it was that I was not being serious there. Open the Hormuzi right now.
Provable it was. So the big attack which sort of my former colleagues like to come at me with is Gary was not the best.
Chat, give subs now or I will make dogs afraid of you. Okay, that's fucking terrifying.
Trader at Citibank. It's a very popular attack line from them. And it's smart. The reason it's smart is because...
Tenga's like, don't take away my dogs. Not my dogs, brother. Lentier, let's go. Hail Beelzebub, let's go. Damn, you're not bad, dude. You're not bad, Little Bear. Not bad at all. Let's see how far you can take this. Let's see if we can fill up, because it's the last day of the week. Let's see how good you are with Westerners. Can you get me 6 Western taxpayers? Because you're a fellow developing worlder. Is that a fucking sentence? I guess it's a word now. I used it. Let's see how well you can play the Westerners into supporting online communist agitators.
It's obviously
thank you, Tacoma Blues.
Possible for me to prove I was the best trader at Citibank. There's no like certificate you can bring out. And if you're going to attack somebody and say somebody's a liar, it makes sense to attack them in a way that they cannot immediately disprove. But Rory...
Hail Beelzebub, thank you, Tanga. We talked about Beelzebub earlier. You missed it.
Stewart came out and implied that I don't have any qualifications in economics, which is incredibly easily disprovable. And I posted a tweet immediately saying, "Look, here is my degree. You get a certificate for it. You can show it. Here is my master's degree from Oxford." And it was, as soon as it came up, it was in my sort of high school WhatsApp chat. I said to them,
"Thank you, Nebdeep, for starting the hype train." Thank you, Nebdeep, for starting the hype train. Jesus, what happened to my voice? Okay, mask back. Jesus, I'm so fucking white. What did you say? Chat, Yugo will play 30 hours of gaming if you gift right now. Wait, but is that a threat or is that supposed to be a reward? Are they supposed to take it as a reward? Or are they supposed to gift so that I don't game? Because the way my gaming streams go, I think they would gift so I don't game. Actually, let's make it into a vote. For the rest of this hype train, we will count. Whenever you gift a sub, you can say one sub is a vote. You can say I vote for gaming or I vote against gaming. Okay? So right now, Lillian, thank you for the 24 months. What do you vote for? 1 vote equals 1 sub. Lillian, so Crisco establishing himself. Dude, yesterday Terkas couldn't catch up. Thank you, fucking Crisco. Thank you very much. There you go, Little Bear. Not bad, man. Little Bear, we should do like mutual aid, like mutual hype man, like in both chats. Pretty fucking cressy. Thank you very much, Crisco. What do you vote for, Crisco? What do you vote for? Lillian, so Crisco, no gaming. Oh my God, no gaming right now. No gaming, 10. Lillian also no gaming. No gaming, 11. Gaming, 0. Holy shit. I think we got old heads in chat. That are like, no, fuck that filthy Zoomer behavior. I will not be looking at goddamn filthy pixels moving around on screen pretending to be real. Goose did got pissed the fuck off. Keep going, Little Bear. You're doing really fucking well. I will pay you back threefold. Thank you very much. Let's go. We're also getting closer to the maximum Western tax count. Wow, okay. I love playing sub games, dude. This is so much fun. No gaming 11, gaming 20. The boomers might be defeated. Let us see what happens. Chat is like, we love video games. Touching grass is for filthy peasants. You live in the 21st century. We have technology. You can explore infinite worlds, live infinite lives, never risk your health. Why would I ever touch filthy grass? Disgusting. Okay? So whoever leads, I will make arguments for that side. When you really think about it, whenever you participate in a particular system or economic model, it's basically games just made for you to lose. At least in video games, there is meritocracy. You can win if you do it right. In real life, you don't win if you do it right. So why should I play in the first place? Why am I doing Trump voice? I don't know. Therefore, gaming is superior to any grass-touching activity. It contains less contradictions in itself. Now I need somebody for the anti-gaming thing, because now, I'm going to make the whole argument about simulation versus achieving something in actual material reality. It can be a nice debate that I have with myself as a unironic schizophrenic. Trump is a gamer. You think so, Irakimo? Nice to see you, Irakimo, by the way. This is why I prefer games over IRL. There you go, making good arguments. The anti-gamer squad, very quiet. They cannot compete with this. I'm basically saying video games are communism. We do not need to achieve revolution if we all just played games. The true proletariat is the games we played along the way. Why must thousands upon millions suffer in order to change the world's material conditions if we can all just plug in one big, thick, what's it called, server and play the video game? You know, you don't need to do revolution. Just make a video game in which communism exists and then just play it nonstop. It's probably an ideology that pitches this, by the way, like, ironically. What would we call it? It's simulation communism. Simulation communism. Level 10 hype train, we achieve simulation communism. What is simulation communism? Simulation communism is you basically make a simulation that feels like real life where communism has been achieved. And you don't have to do VR communism. Chat is saying we love VR communism. We don't want normal communism because that's what the votes are looking like during this hype train. I might actually have to game. Which actually I'm kind of excited about. I would love to game. Maybe, but maybe I don't. Maybe I'm just being influenced by the vote. Alpaca Pete, 2 months streak. What do you vote? Beautiful alpaca. I love alpacas. They're beautiful. Gaming or no gaming, alpaca? Who will vote? No, everybody. No gaming, 11, 20 gaming, 21 gaming. 21 gaming, 10 subs difference. No gaming, 11. 9/11. Gaming, 21. Gaming in this economy. Are you against the gaming? Is that how you vote, Boz? 30 seconds after the hype train. Boz, how do you vote, you beautiful son of a bitch? 4 more votes and we save the train, which is a simulation. The game I want is go plant the garden, volunteering. There you go. You're literally touching grass. You're really like I want like touching grass. So you're anti-gaming, lady. Zafira is anti-gaming. You heard it here first. She hates the video games. Oh my God, ZZ Gimme Top. Of course, somebody that has ZZ and Top in their name. One of the greatest bands to ever live. They have incredible beards because they touched grass and drank beer and enjoy life. These gaming frogs think that they can receive the same level of engagement and entertainment and purpose of life by playing with goddamn pixels. But ZZ Gimme Top knows the truth. For the beauty is in the struggle. It is in knowing that meritocracy does not exist, yet persevering and pushing forwards to a more meritocratic world for those who come after us. Gamers are just selfish and want to self-indulge. They don't care about others who don't have access to gaming, who don't have access to free time. They focus on personal pleasures. They are revisionist reactionaries. All gamers must be shipped to an island. So there you go. Now I'm making the opposite arguments. This is fun. I do feel like I'm slightly schizophrenic as I'm doing this. But I think I'm unironically making very decent theoretical pitches for one or the other.
This is not a concert. This is not a stadium. This is just a regular place in Chongqing. It's Spring Festival. Look at this. Such a big crowd. I can't even move myself. Look how many people there are. A lot of them come here to eat the train. This is how they're going to eat the train. As you know, we're Chinese. We eat everything. You need to have this saturated emotion. You don't just go there and you want to go talk to people and you just want to chicken out a little bit. That's not good. You got to be like I show speed, like wow.
Oh, that's funny. Thank you very much, Zizi Gimme Top, by the way. That's very kind of you. Anyways, you know how to vote. We got 2 minutes left of the Keep It Rein. Let's see. No Gaming 21. Gaming 21. It's literally the same score. So please pick one. Simulated communism or talking about communism in physical capitalism. That is the choice.
You know, we will get a public apology from this guy because, quite simply, because otherwise, like, it's a legal risk, right? You cannot lie about the qualifications of probably your biggest commercial rival publicly. Like, it's, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but I would imagine you can't get away with that. So I told him we'd get an apology, and we did get an apology. And I was going to leave it at that. But then while I was filming the documentary, I started to notice a trend happening.
Nuke Radio, we make your eardrums bleed.
I just shoved a nuke up my pussy.
Nuke Radio, we.
What? The fuck? What the fuck are you sending me, Barry? What the fuck? What the fuck? And it's got 8,000 likes, so he found it somewhere. This didn't pop up on his algo. He was like, tampons. I want tampons. And you think I send you weird shit? I mean, holy shit. Hype Train, decide. It is 21 versus 21. Oh, by the way, what the fuck is happening? Bulgarian elections are on right now. Bulgarian elections. Is there an okay choice? They're just horrible choices and less horrible choices. I personally met this man. That's fucking crazy. The current, like, interim prime minister. How do I... Bulgaria's April elections, check it. Izbori. How do I write this? Izbori 2026. It's going to pop up. Okay, so this is all in Bulgarian. That's going to be... Oh my God, these guys are winning the president guy thing. Why is everything pay to use? So, you guys didn't decide on gaming or not? That's fucking crazy. Doxed Twitter already did that, bruv. Twitter's already done that. There's elections happening right now. What does this mean? He's just a right-wing centrist guy. Like, it's nobody gives a shit. This is just going to be the same. The problem the Bulgarians have is they can't make... I'm not Bulgarian myself. The problem with the Bulgarians is they can't have... like, they unironically are democracy maxing, so they never have one party that dominates the elections. They got too many different opinions, and they got too many parties that give slightly more niche perspectives. So they never have a party that's like that has 51% of parliament. So parliament keeps falling, and they keep needing to create a new government. Now I need to game and talk about politics because the result was 21 versus 21, which is hilarious. Like Ireland to an extent, yeah, but like even more unstable. So how do I know who won? We don't have the results yet. There's 20 minutes worth of voting left. Can't they just sound like the Americans do? Okay. Progressive Bulgaria, oh my God, they destroyed. So this guy was president for like a long time. And then they couldn't make a stable government, the other guys. So now he stepped down as president. president's position is very symbolic, but while he was president, he was giving a lot of, very strong and powerful comments against the unstable government. So he chose to retire as president and run for prime minister, which is not a symbolic position, a very serious position. And he ended up getting 38.9%. Keep in mind, he made this party like 3 months ago. So this is a brand new party. And it was supposed to be a kind of left-ish chill party, but it's not. Because he did the whole Democratic Party thing in the States, like fighting the oligarchy. That's what they copied. But then there's oligarchs that are members of the party and that are maybe even going to be ministers in the government, right? So he became like the typical center-right, whatever the fuck. But most people voted for him not because of the policies, but because of we hate these guys. So these guys used to be in power for like 20 years. And now they're always in the second spot, right? Always in the second spot. These are like the center-left. These are like the, big city people vote for them. Intellectuals vote for them. They're a bit further left than the classical Dem, but they got right-wingers in there as well. Because Pepe is like a center-left party, Debe is a very economically right-wing party. So they're like a combination of two. And Debe is weaker, but still. It's like they're libs, but sometimes they, say something based. These guys are basically the Turkish party, but it's not really a part, it's a party that LARPs, representing the Turkish minority, but it's really just like a mob party. Like they pay a shit ton of people just to go and vote. And the main guy of the party is like one of the biggest crime bosses. He basically runs the legislative body of the state. He refuses to leave it. There's protests all the time about him, but he's just got too much power, too much money. He's like a multi-billionaire from just how much he's stolen. These guys lost a lot to the Progressive Party because these guys, because Progressive Party is basically like these guys, but more Eurosceptic. And not really pro-Russian, but not anti-Russian. These guys are hardcore pro-Russian and hardcore Eurosceptic. These guys. And also, but they're very weird. And also they have some literally very socialist perspectives on the economy, but then socially they're incredibly reactionary. Incredibly racist, like, abortion's bad, all that stupid shit. So this is a far-right party with, this is like AFD. This was AFD. This was literally AFD. Yeah, this was literally AFD. And it's fascinating that now when you look at this, you realize that most people voted for them not necessarily because of the quote-unquote socially conservative points, but because of the Euroscepticism. Because now these guys have the Euroscepticism, which ate away from these guys. These guys used to be 17%, 16, something like that. So these guys, Возрождение, now just have, which is like rebirth. Just now basically just has the racists, right? Right? Implying that AFD is socialist? Are you fucking kidding me? No, but they have, how every far-right party always integrates with like 3 policies that are supposed to help working class people out. Type shit, And these guys, this is the Bulgarian Socialist Party. Everything just not socialist. There are some communists in the party. I know quite a lot of them. Their leader, their previous leader that was ousted literally said, this is called the Bulgarian Socialist Party. And the leader said that their favorite historical figure is Margaret Thatcher. So, yeah, the S doesn't really stand for much there. There is one like ML party, but they didn't even get 1%. Yeah, it's not even in here. But maybe it was part of the left list, because it's called the United Left. There you go. The left doesn't exist basically here. The far right doesn't exist here. Bulgaria is like an incredibly politically, what's the word? It might be the most politically illiterate place that I've ever been to, but that makes it a safe place. Because it's not really a place. I can't even explain this. I'm an immigrant here. I can't say much. Okay? I can't say much because I don't want to get kicked out because life here is not that bad. and I've made life here. But it is incredibly incoherent and politically. I've been to a lot of countries. I think I've been to at least 30 countries, more than 30 countries. And this is, they're good people. They're welcoming people. They're kind. I love them. I love my life. But politically, they're troglodytes. Like, they're actually lobotomized. Like, they're actually, like, it's magnificent. It's like, you're like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, you guys are actually, like, you have no idea what you're talking about. I thought you lived in Syria. I never said that. I said I live in the Balkans and I'm from the Balkans. And I'm an immigrant. I am not from here. But yeah, sorry for the little rant to the side, but it's just, I don't know. It's relatively interesting. But it's just basically a bunch of quote-unquote apolitical centrist parties that like on paper are slightly different. Maybe the PP guys actually have a belief system, and the Возрождение guys. So the center left and the far right kind of believe in something. The rest is just, it's PP. Yeah, it's pretty funny. You speak Russian? I understand. Понимаю все, но говорю очень плохо. Yeah. I didn't expect him to win that hard. 40% dude. 40%. 40% is crazy in this country, actually. This guy's gonna go full. This guy has a chance, if he plays his cards right, he has a chance of being the new Orban here for a very long time. Is there an ML party there? Yes. There is, but it's absurdly small. I'm thinking of reaching out to them, but after I get my citizenship. Because if I do before I do, I'm going to get put on a list immediately. Like, the Balkans are one of the safest places on planet Earth. Unless you're politically active. Like, you can be pissed drunk at 5 a.m. as a girl and walk home. Unironically. But if you're politically active, yeah, guys come to your house and fucking break your legs. Wee. Yeah. So. They have Nazis? I mean, not we. I'm an immigrant. There's a lot of Nazis, yes.
Which was... So I've never...
What? I can't even comprehend somewhere that's safe. Yes, it's very safe. It's very safe. And at least in Beijing and in large cities in China that I've been to, it feels pretty safe as well. There are Nazis everywhere, unfortunately. Have you seen Mongolian Nazis? Just don't call themselves as such. No, but have you seen Mongolian Nazis? They call themselves Nazis. They're like, we love Adolf Hitler, in like a very stereotypical Asian accent. It's fucking insane. You don't know this? Oh, God. Okay, we're pivoting. We're pivoting. We have reached third hour. Subscribe. Guys, 3 more Western taxes. Last week we didn't hit it. If we don't hit it this week, my ego will fucking crumble. No, what the fuck? There's a guy that goes Mongolia, Hitler birthday. No, these are just imbeciles. Like, you don't understand. Don't give this like additional analysis. These are just like very, very stupid dudes. Come on, are you fucking kidding me? Mongolia Hitler birthday celebration. They do a whole Hitler birthday celebration. Yeah, but give me the video. There's a small documentary of a guy. Oh, come on. I guess I have to go to TikTok, the Chinese algorithm, even though it's bought now by the Yankeestanis. So probably it's going to be Mongolian Nazis. It's probably immediately going to find it. It doesn't find it. Oh, my, I'm going to... What's up with today and searching for shit? Mongolia, Hitler birthday. Hitler birthday. Chat, help me out, mods, producer, maybe. Guys, I love you. Fucking to help. That's the point of your thing. Thank you very much, Hormuzi91. That's funny. Hormuzi. Hormuzi. Unironically, don't have the... Did I dream it? I might have dreamt it. So there's a Wikipedia. I haven't dreamt it, thanks to the producer. But there's a video. There's that bald guy that would go to prisons and quote-unquote dangerous places in the far orient type racist shit, right? Not racist. I'm not calling the guy racist, but he would always just go to a non-white country and experience crazy, scary things. It's like the thing that all the YouTubers that go to Colombia have inherited, right? Tigan Khans is a Mongolian neo-Nazi organization was founded by Altan Khum in the 1990s. I live with a Mongolian. I know how to pronounce their names. I knew exactly what you're going to say. Made Mongolia's transition to a market economy and the resulting increase in economic inequality. What? The group claims to have 3,000 members, but probably it's only 100. They're just very confused little boys, like unironically. Berry Ball is this.
They are symbols and gestures often associated.
It's not this one, but it's
with some of the
these
worst
guys.
Human atrocities, and yet they're now being embraced by this small group of Mongolians. In a secret basement located in the capital, we meet the White Swastikas, a self-described group of neo-Nazis.
But why not make your own Nazi thing, you stupid fucks? No, please don't. I just never understood this type of fascist. How can you be a fucking Slav or a Mongolian doing fucking Nazi shit? Just make your own D&D game of fake it till you make it, because that's what every fascist organization is. Ooh, we just invent a bunch of shit and when we run with it. Why do they have to go why do they have to steal German intellectual property? It's pathetic. It's not patriotic, They have a Mongolian commie on the wall. Really? There you go. They don't make any sense. It's just reactionaries aren't exactly known for their creativity. I disagree so hard, my dear friend. They might be some of the most creative people who have ever existed. What if there was Atlantis and Aryans lived there, and then they mixed with other people, so they became barbaric, but some of them did not mix a lot, and they lived in the German regions, and they are the Nordic race, and we are actually inheritors of them, and we must bring back the ancient empire. Come on, that's fucking creative as fuck. But what I'm saying is that people don't make their own lore. So they're lazy. They're creative, but they're lazy. They're like, the Nazi lore is too fucking good for us not to replicate. Ukrainian Nazis, just make a Ukrainian thing. The fuck are you doing? Russian Nazis, just make a Russian thing. Kenyan Nazis, just make a Kenyan thing. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, I'm a Brazilian Nazi. Dude, what the fuck? What? You got more chocolate on you than Swiss chocolate. Fucking make your own thing. Please don't, but you get my point.
Is a landlocked country sandwiched between two powerful nations, Russia.
High above Mongolia's capital, they remember the soldiers who lost their lives in World War II. Mongolians helped the Soviets defeat the Nazis, and for decades after, Moscow's influence was strongest here. These days, it's different. Now China signs the checks. This general from Beijing happens if you sleep with Chinese men.
Yeah, so they're anti-China Nazistas.
On those they see as threatening the purity of their race.
With the Chinese, my guy, holy shit. Okay, random vent over. Where the fuck is my... Yeah, pretty fucked up. Chat, 3 more Western taxpayers. There's 1,000 of you here. I'm sure there's some thick boy Westerners that can supply us with that tax. Make a bunch of chatters happy. Make us hit that goal. Feel all good about ourselves. Isn't that a W for everybody? Where the fuck is this? We get Mongolian Nazis before GTA 6. We've had Mongolian Nazis for a while. Okay, so let's make it about China. Like always, Mongolians about China, Americans about China, everybody's about China. Trump's Iran approach is quietly fueling China's rise.
Something puzzling is happening on the world stage. The United States has been infuriating much of the world by being reckless, erratic, and lawless, launching unilateral military actions, roiling the global economy, upending alliances, and treating long-held norms as inconveniences. And yet, China, the world's rising superpower, has not piled on with thunderous denunciations and proclaimed itself the responsible alternative to an unreliable America. Understanding why will help us better grasp Beijing's long game. I spent the last week in China and was struck by how many people there felt differently about this latest American war in the Middle East compared to the last major one. During the Iraq War, Chinese strategists seemed almost gleeful at the spectacle of America mired in the desert. This time, a major differently about this latest American war in the Middle East compared to the last major one. During the Iraq War, Chinese strategists seemed almost gleeful at the spectacle of America mired in the desert. This time, officials, think tank scholars, and business leaders were mostly bewildered by America's chaotic policy, worried about it, and deeply uncertain about what Trump might do next. Some of this is
that might be what they told you, dude. But I'm pretty sure they were having some Chinese rakia and celebrating about L after L.
Of interest. China needs the oil and gas that pass through the Strait of Hormuz. More broadly...
Dude, are you giving me the pitch that Chinese are afraid because of what the Americans did in Iran? What? Okay, let him speak.
The country is not a rogue state like Russia. It understands that its growth depends on countries not in gas that pass through the Strait of Hormuz. More broadly, the country is not a rogue state like Russia. It understands that its growth depends on open sea lanes, functioning markets, and steady rules of the game. Chinese officials repeatedly told me, echoing Xi Jinping, that the United States was taking the world back to the law of the jungle. It's less a moral critique than a strategic anxiety. In a globalized world, when the reigning hegemon becomes utterly unpredictable, it's bad for everyone. Chinese officials claim that
XBC Noob, thank you. Developing world chatters standing up tall and strong. Thank you very much.
A country does not want to replace the United States. Its business leaders insisted that America remains the more innovative economy. Even though America has soured on China, those leaders continue to admire Silicon Valley, America's great university.
Yeah, because the Chinese state does not let them do whatever the fuck they want. Of course, business interests in China are going to be looking at the United States as a fucking utopia, because it is utopia for the capitalists. That's number one. And number two, I can't believe I'm saying this on stream, but like, Fareed, Chinese propaganda worked on you, I guess, because they told this guy everything he wanted to hear. Oh, yeah, no, like, we respect America. America very good, sir. It is just crazy what this government do. It is crazy, sir. We want everything go remain same way it has always been. Why this instability? We really hate that you are causing troubles for your position as a unipolar world power. For you, it's like, oh my God, the Chinese really care about Washington, dude. I can't believe I'm saying this, but
and the scale and sophistication of the U.S. market. China's strategy is to use this crisis to build its economic strength and global influence. China is doubling down on the frontier technologies that it believes will define the next era of growth. Green energy, robotics, artificial intelligence applied to real industries, advanced manufacturing, and services. Its dominance in some of these sectors is already staggering. It produces 80% of the world's solar panels, about 60% of the wind turbines, and 75% of the batteries. It supplies 70% of all electric vehicles on the planet. China has used the last 3 economic shocks to further its dominance.
Thank you. I don't think so, you fucking legend.
During the pandemic, Chinese firms surged to supply much of the world with medical equipment. As the artificial intelligence boom swelled, China became central to its physical build-out. The metals, electrical equipment, batteries, cooling systems, and industrial components needed for data centers. Now the Iran war has produced a global scramble for new energy. Here again, China is the indispensable power. It dominates the green technologies, solar, wind, batteries, electric vehicles that countries will need to reduce dependence on imported oil and gas. Beijing turns these industrial...
Sorry for hitting the mic, Jesus. He talks like China did this overnight. China has been building this capacity for decades. He talks as if China rises because America loses. He talks as if every single Chinese success is something that has been grabbed out of the hands of Americans. Technological development, world domination, smart military moves. These are things which de facto belong to the supreme Western hegemon. All Chinese successes are de facto American losses, not as an allegory, but quite literally from an American exceptionalist perspective that is most integrated in an American liberal more than an American conservative. American liberal believes America can never lose. An American conservative is continuously concerned with America losing, and therefore he pursues reactionary means. I'm not talking about political institutions here. I'm talking about individuals. So yes, it is racist, but it is underpinned by senses of American supremacy. Not necessarily the whole like, ooh, Asians weird, but like if it was any other country, it would have been the same thing. Like, how is somebody surpassing the unsurpassable project, which is the United States of America? The only way we can explain this is because America is taking L after L. The Americans are losing the race because they're self-sabotaging. They're not losing the race because they're being outpaced. You know? That's the bit. Thank you, Juche.
Strength.
Does Fareed being from India have a role in this anti-China view? Nah. This is an American through and through, my friend. This is an American through and through.
Imported oil and gas. Beijing turns these industrial strengths into influence. It offers financing, infrastructure, and supply chains. It locks countries into Chinese-made systems. It shows governments that America brings volatility while China brings equipment.
Be like China. Be to my Western tax count what China is to Western hegemony. Beat the living shit out of it. 3 more. It's the end of the week. The stream will run for 30 more minutes. Let's do this, guys. Westerners, there's 1,000 of you here. There's definitely 3 fucking Chandlers and Chads and Billy Bobs that got that good finance, that fucking IT cash. They can make a bunch of chatters happy and fulfill our goal for the week. Thank you for your consideration.
Credit and continuity. From 2000 to 2025, Beijing financed projects and ports in 90 countries around the world.
You only need 5 more after my 5. Did you drop a 5 before that, my friend? Because 10 is the minimum that counts as a Western count. Donated 5. You need 2 more. Let me see. I'm still very grateful to your 5. Don't get me wrong, my friend. Thank you, Anthony, for paying forward and for the 5. And thank you, Trev Denise. Developing world chatters holding up the entire oil, the entire Hormuzzi of this chap. Westerners hella fucking asleep. Exclamation point tax if you want to see the system.
Last month, Beijing even offered Taiwan a deal of sorts. Accept peaceful reunification, and the mainland will guarantee your energy security. China's next expansion of influence is crucial. She recently...
Oh, come on. That's so fucking stupid. Are you serious? Don't mind me just setting my Now TV avatar to Hermann Göring, my favorite character from Nuremberg. This is what it does. This is the power of Hollywood propaganda in particular. Completely fictionalizing real events. Like the way most people at this point even talk about World War II is the same way they talk about Star Wars. Like, ooh, this is my favorite group. This is my other favorite group. Which is even problematic to do with Star Wars, but at least Star Wars never happened. Thank you, Trev Denise, for the subby.
Made explicit Beijing's ambition to turn the renminbi into a global reserve currency. One former official explained how China would steadily expand its bond market and financial infrastructure.
They're starting to talk about it like the Napoleonic Wars. Exactly.
How China would steadily expand its bond market and financial infrastructure so that if investors came to see America as risky, they would have an alternative. Recent weeks have brought an obscure but ominous sign. Institutions like the World Bank and the European Investment Bank have been able to issue debt at rates essentially as low as those offered by U.S. Treasuries. This threatens to end what has been called America's exorbitant privilege of having the world's reserve currency. If that erodes, America will get a very painful shock when its government and its households
Farid about to move to China, bro.
Can no longer borrow so much, so cheaply. China is using this moment to burnish its reputation, but mostly to build its power.
The U.S. is an experiment in mass derealization because how else could an entire nation exist so removed from reality in the face of their government's actions? Beautifully put. Yes, American exceptionalism. Exactly. No, exactly. That is the brilliance of the United States, okay? That is the brilliance of their particular system.
Correlation of forces moves steadily in its favor. If America continues to squander its global influence, one day Beijing might...
One of the best ways I've ever heard anybody put it, the United States of America is, if you wanna imagine what the Nazis winning World War II would have looked like, you don't have to imagine. You can find it on the globe. It's called the United States.
Decide that after all, it does want to take on the mantle of the world's leading power. And at that point, it will be too late for Washington to do anything about it. On Friday, Iran announced it was reopening the Strait of Hormuz. But on Saturday, it said the strait was closing again due to breaches of trust by the United States. Just hours ago, President Trump...
By the way, have you seen how many people are noticing how insanely racist some Japanese people are after Twitter added auto-translate? That's crazy. People have not known that a lot of people in Japan are very fucking right-wing. They've not known this. That's crazy that you've not known this. This is, not you, but they've not known this. It's so thick in the cultural zeitgeist, you know? This is the tweet that kicked it off. The number of encounters with black people in my neighborhood is steadily increasing. Their skeletal structure and the way their muscles are built are on a completely different level from Japanese people. What the fuck? I'm slim, so if I got pinned down, it'd be over in seconds. Oh, somebody's thinking about getting pinned down, all right. I never imagined that violence from a foreigner would climb the ranks in my predictions for my cause of death. Dude, he's literally living his victimhood that never happened. We must get these foreigners out because I'm afraid of what. But have they done anything? No, but it's dangerous that I can imagine what they could do. But let's follow through on that logic. What should women do to all men then? I never imagined, let's read this a different way. I never imagined that violence from a man would climb the ranks in my predictions for my own cause of death. So what, shoot all men? Afterwards, shoot all tall women? Afterwards, count muscle mass on women and then shoot them, the ones that have too much? Sorry that I'm treating this as if I'm fucking arguing a senseless human being and not a fucking troglodyte. I couldn't have pictured that even a few years ago. Things change when you least expect them to, huh? For some reason, starting last night, I've suddenly been getting complaints in quote posts from black people. I want to ask them, do you know about immigration policy? If you don't, I'd appreciate it if you stayed quiet. The ones who end up as victims are Japanese people. Also, I'm wary of Muslims and other immigrants too, so it's not just black people. I don't think there's any ground for you to complain about my self-defense awareness. This is the most cucked person I've ever read. There's something about the Japanese fascists that has the ability to sound even more pathetic than Western fascists. It's so weak. Like you see where it's coming from. You know, it's not. We deserve to inherit the planet, for the weak shall be called as we rise on their corpses. You know, it's not that. It's like, I'm very afraid. I'm very scared. We should keep them out because very scary foreigner man, right? Like there's, you know, Western racist always mogs Japanese racist, okay? Every sentence of all time has been said on this stream. Western racist mogs Eastern racist. It's like the 700 years of brutal fascism from the shogunate era that has been cemented into the Japanese psyche. Yeah. Also, American cultural imperialism also exports Western types of bigotry to the rest of the world. Okay? So, classic Japanese anti-Korean and anti-Chinese racism is not disappearing, but it is being supplemented by Western types of bigotry. We now hear more and more, like listen to the Reaction podcast, like we literally talk about this there. We now have more and more Japanese people that never cared about trans rights or black people before, or Muslims especially, talk about it like crazy now because they are watching Western racists, Western bigots. Their culture of racism, and I'm being very serious about that. Sounds like I'm LARPing, but I'm very serious. The way they do racism is unironically being impacted by the way Westerners, specifically Americans in this case, because of American cultural dominance, do racism. So it doesn't replace, but it supplements the domestic racism and bigotry that they have. So that's why you can hear a Japanese guy ranting about trans people or ranting about Muslims, even though there's like 12 dudes in the city that happen to be Muslim, right? Or black, right? That is why this particularly happens. And don't even get me started of the utilization of, capitalist, slave morality of the worker being applied to, more traditional forms of honor systems that the Japanese follow, where they co-opt those honor systems as a way to even further dominate the proletariat, because it now not only does not see a way out of being, subservient to the bourgeois, because it would starve to death and not have any material means to sustain itself, but they also become subservient to capital because it is the honorable thing to do, type shit. I think exposure also plays a part. Their racism can lay dormant so long as the state stays and ethno state, you probably want to say. Latest migrations are awakening these reflexes in society, if I had to guess. These kind of migrations were always present. Just the hyper focusing on specifically black people, Muslims, and trans people in Japan recently is a consequence of them just not being very nationalistic, as ironic as that is. Motherfucker's so patriotic, and yet he just wants to be American. You know how American right-wingers are obsessed with the Roman Empire? MAGA's America is the rest of the world's Roman Empire. Canadians, Euroids, Japanese, they all LARP as MAGA. That's a decent take. Speaking of decent takes, it would be, I'm going to drop a decent take, exclamation point tax. Every week we try to hit 30, and it just feels really good. That's my pitch. And we're so close to the end of the week. It's literally Sunday. We're getting close to midnight where I'm at. 3 more Westerners out of 1,000 probably exists here. Pay your beautiful taxes, my friend. Make a fellow chatter's day and make your day and make my day and make everybody's day. You know, we can and say it was a successful week. Also, people have a chance of beating Rascal for the 3rd position, by the way. Pretty decent. Rascal is at 50. The person that gets to 3rd position gets, like, what was it, 5 free spins on the Gamba next week. I mean, you can try and beat Tercas and Crisco, but I don't think you'll be able to do that. I finally get why the Democrats are still holding their own in America. There are really that many black people who can't engage discussion, huh? Dude, there you go. He's referencing American politics again. His reference to black people is stereotypes about black people that come specifically from the United States. You see what I'm talking about? Can we look into Canada a little bit as a treat? Of course, send me something. Thank you, I don't think so, for the clippies. Thank you, Trick the Rogue, for the 5. Did I say that? Jeez, my brain is melting. Thank you very much, Trick the Rogue, for the 5. See, developing world chatters keep paying taxes, keep paying taxes, keep paying taxes. And yet, my beautiful Westerners, quiet as a motherfucker.
Soldier, I mean subscriber.
Okay, where was I? Just saying you want to defend yourself gets you absolutely trashed. I love the victimhood. I love the victimhood. Just saying that I am intimidated by the genetic supremacy of the black gets me trashed. Yeah, because you sound insane, because you are insane. I am intimidated by the existence of blacks. Welcome to a classic Japanese racist hot take. Because no, this is no, sorry, but this is mythical levels of racism, because it's not like, oh, look at this fucking crime statistic. Oh, look, the blacks, they're so violent. Oh, that is why I don't like them. Or like, invented statistics or invented like quasi science, like race science garbage and so on. This guy's unironically not even dropping statistics. He's like, they are taller and bigger than me, which means they could kill me. That is why I dislike them. It's like, it's unironically monkey brain. It's like he's in the jungle and he's like, oh, look, there's like bigger potential alphas and threats to me. I must unite with my smaller ones and defeat them and murder them. Like, it's, what are you, like he's literally fighting a race war. He's imagining horrible things being done to him by ethnicities that are not his own. And then he's like screaming about how concerned he is. It's incredible, dude. It's incredible. Lady Zafira wants us to check out something from Canada. What is this? Let me see. Ford targets Ontario law that exposed his government's worst scandals. Hell yeah. The Ontario government wants to rewrite the law that compelled it to disclose documents revealing the Greenbelt land scandal, the Skills Development Fund controversy, and others. On Friday, Stephen Crawford, Minister of Public and Business Service Delivery and Procurement, announced that the province plans to exempt the Premier, Cabinet Ministers, Parliamentary Assistants, and their offices from requests filed under the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. So legislation is in session. Crawford will be able to take a bill. Very interesting. The current act allows the public, including journalists, to request government records such as financial documents, briefing notes, emails, and phone records from the Premier and Minister. This should always be the case. The rollback comes except for, matters of national security, but even those are problematic when it's a capitalist state. The kind of memes that the rest of the world is dunking on racists with. Let me see it. Thank you for the links, Cuphead. Toasty, Jesus. People think they're flexing, but they don't realize the black community on Twitter is actually mocking the Japanese. What? Of course what? Like, these guys want to do racism so bad, they make their enemy sound like they're genetically superior or some shit. It's thank you, Toasty, for setting this, because I haven't read something this bad. Not bad. Of course, it's very bad, but this pathetic. Been like at least a year. This might be like my top. This might be my the one that takes me down. The one that takes me down. Ford also owns a construction sign company, so he makes money the more he makes with development. They do the same shit here, my friend. It's just, you get a cousin to take care of this project you have, and then he gives you back a certain percentage. You don't pick other company. I don't believe there's 1,000 people in here, not 3 whites sitting on fortunes. Apparently, the whites with money do not exist anymore. Where has Open Presence been? I haven't seen that guy in a million years. Is Open Presence, did he get bombed in Qatar or something? Did he become a reactionary, anti-Iranian once his oil fields were hit? Feel like he stopped with the war, yeah. You put Polish border police at the border with Greece. They put, there's Forex operates in the Serbian border as well. Difference is that Canada is an extraction resource colony, so when they get corrupt, it funds massacres in the Amazon. That's a great point. Mike is holding him captive, probably. Give me more oil! But it is funny that the main guy that oils everybody stopped oiling everybody when they closed the Strait of Hormuz. That is meta commentary, chat. That is meta commentary.
Trump responded with fury on his Truth Social account, calling it a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. He also said that a U.S. delegation will be in Pakistan tomorrow evening for a second round of negotiations, and said that if Iran does not accept a deal, then the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. Now there are only 3 days left before the U.S.-Iran ceasefire is set to end. An Iran's top negotiator says the U.S. and Iran are still far from a final agreement. Joining me now is Vali Nasser. He is a professor of international affairs and Middle Eastern studies at Johns Hopkins University, and has author of an important book, The Grand Strategy of Iran, which in many ways, I would argue, predicts a lot about what has happened. Why is Iran being so intransigent in the face of these extraordinary threats that Trump has made?
I mean, first of all, Iran thinks that through the 40 days war, they did make some strategic gains that they want to consolidate. And they also think that they can actually get a final deal with President Trump if they stand their ground. But the most important thing here is an issue of trust. I think in Islamabad, the opportunity was for the two sides to build trust that then would allow them to resolve things. But after the talks ended, I think trust has actually collapsed even further between Iran saying it will open the straits, the United States not lifting the blockade, and then President Trump issuing his...
Yeah, you don't need an academic to tell you that when the opposing side attacks you during every single negotiation that you've done for years upon years, that it's going to be very difficult to take negotiations with them seriously. Also, you don't need an academic to tell you that when you have one tool that is scaring your enemy, giving that tool back to your enemy at times of war is something you cannot do. That would borderline be an act of treason to do. So, yeah. Crassy.
Series of tweets.
Oh, no, I'm not doing the Western Oiler pitch anymore because I guess people are really struggling, so God bless. There's just three more, and if there's no three rich Westerners in chat, then God bless. I will give the sub if you tell me how to change my freaking chatter icon. You click on it, and then it opens other options if you have other options. If you don't have other options, then it doesn't show them.
That the Iranians say were false and portrays an image like Iran has already surrendered even before there's a final deal. So I think what we see as Iranian intransigence is also Iran's deep distrust that this is all a ruse, that like what it happened in Geneva, the US is setting them up for something bigger to come.
The Geneva point is important because my understanding is the Iranians thought they were negotiating in good faith in Geneva, and in the middle of it, Trump starts the war. And so there is specifically a lot of lack of trust with the two negotiators, Witkoff and Kushner, correct?
Yes, those two in particular, and especially in Geneva, the last round, because Iran did put forward very new things that it hadn't done before. It went much farther than it had gone before. And what it got instead was bombing. In other words, it's not like the US said, okay, these are great concessions, I want you to concede even more, and I'm going to be tougher until you concede. It just went straight to war. And he had done this once before. When a war happened in June, they were also in the middle of negotiations.
With Witkoff and Kushner.
With Witkoff and Kushner. So the Iranians are extremely suspicious that maybe this whole Islamabad exercise is theater as the United States builds its forces in the region, sort of learns the lessons of the first 40 days, and Trump may go back to war again. So, and also this whole talk about Iran has made concessions is a way of actually creating confusion in Tehran and breaking ranks within Iran.
My own view on that is that Trump is just talking down the stock market. He knows that every time he says...
Oh my God, everybody has the same takes. We've all heard all the takes. All the takes are there. More importantly, generational meme has dropped. Literally my stream, dude. Literally my stream, dude. He just needs to fall off a chair, bro. Holy shit. I respect it, dude. Oh, God. The face. The way he chugs it. It is so 10 out of 10. Thank you, Pinkale 369 Mafia, for the subby, baby.
He just caught.
Somebody edit a ski mask on that guy. That would be sick, actually. That would be kind of fucking legit, dude. No, they banned Airbnbs in Barcelona. That's pretty cool.
No more Airbnb in my city in 2028. We have decided to ban touristic short-term rentals in our city. We have applied a rent cap on a long-term rents. Since we have done so, rents have
Thank you, Noah, for paying forward and gifting, baby. Thank you very much. That's the coolest thing any chatter can do. Thank you very much, Cam.
increased in Barcelona by 9%. We have adopted in Barcelona extraordinary measures to respond to an extraordinary situation. But it's not enough. Housing is today the first source of social inequality across Europe in cities. Our struggle today is to guarantee the right for citizens to stay in our cities. We all need to protect the right of people to stay in their own cities. We need
The craziest is I didn't have the rap music in the background. Oh, what's this? What's this, Barry? You beautiful motherfucker.
They're ringing the alarm for the tornadoes, and I'm like, oh, I want to go outside and smoke. Like, is this not good scenery to smoke a blunt and just chill? Hotbox a little bit? Am I wrong? They're ringing the alarm for the tornadoes, and I'm like, oh, I want to go out.
Fucking legend. I found this funny. Let me end you on this one. This one's pretty funny.
Medications I've been taking.
How does he do all of the, all of the filters? It's impressive. Just watch.
Aren't working.
Okay, let me ask you this. Have you been applying the pickles on the BOGO as prescribed?
This watch is so good.
You know, it could be a generic versus brand issue. Are you getting Burger King or McDonald's?
I've been having really bad nightmares.
Nightmares about what?
And my therapist is a spy.
A spy? Do you have other therapists?
Just you.
I think that's all the time we have today.
Are you good?
I'm prescribing you 2 bags of Orville Redenbacher, extra butter.
Doc?
Oh, is it time for a sexual rata? Have a seat. Let's talk about what's been going on with you.
So he broke up with me.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, love.
I'm really sad.
Is there anything I can do to make it better?
I'm having a really tough time at work. I feel so busy. I have so many bills.
Do you? Yes, we all have bills, don't we? Have you tried sucking it up?
He's still not showing me enough attention.
That rascal, even after you did what we talked about? No luck?
No.
Well, you know what I always say. You should be with me.
I feel like you're frustrated with me.
I don't know why you would think that. That's very interesting to me because I sit in here week after week listening to your garbage. I give you advice that you don't take. You're not even taking your happy pills. You don't want to be happy? Don't take the happy pills. See if I care. Now I gotta go home, okay? Because we're 5 after and I'm gonna miss the bus.
The medications I've been taking aren't working.
He's very talented. Both of them, because they really play the characters well, like extremely impressively well, and there's so many different characters. What the fuck?
This is what y'all wanted, so here we go. These are our names. Hey everyone, I'm Cornelius. My last name's Copperbottom. Some of you may know me from my hit series, Cooking with Cornelius. Hey, Sugar Plum Nation.
No, what the
fuck? This is what y'all wanted. Bottom. Hey, Sugar Plum Nation. It's Dale here. Just Dale. Good old Dale.
I love Cornelius as well.
Rupert here. Not to be confused with Rupee, because I am cash money.
No way! They want it in my name? Well, I'll tell you, my friends call me Insanshine. Yeah! My mother and father call me Lorenzo. But, the boys down at the yard just call me Lenny. Good old Lenny. Oh!
The name's Bondi.
James Bondi. Yeah, baby, yeah.
Hey everyone, I'm Stu. short for Stewart. And I love my popcorn, as many of you may know.
I am Nikolai.
The name's Boris! Boris Flagstaff! The name's Fergus, and you'll come correct when you talk to me, laddie. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? And last, but most certainly not least, my name
He's my favorite. What's his name?
is Randy,
I love Randy.
short for Randall. So, there you go. Now get this out of my face.
Okay, we'll explore more of this lore at some later date. Thank you, chat, for this lovely, lovely week. Thank you to all the Oilers. We didn't make it. But c'est la vie. C'est la vie is what they say. C'est la vie. Oh, wow. What the fuck? What the hell are you on? There you go. On my forehead because we didn't make it. So it annoys you the way it's annoying me. Anyways, chat, this was a lovely week. Thank you very much. We learned a lot. We laughed a lot. This was a funny week. This was very, 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 very funny week. I'm going to see you next week, obviously. Join the Discord. Follow me on the socials. Go listen to the new Reaction podcast. It's very good. I'm sure you're already listening to the deprogram. The deprogram, there's a great episode with Amy. Today, we're going to be recording a new episode for the Reaction podcast. Tomorrow, I'm going to be recording a new deprogram episode. I will most likely be seeing you on Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, okay? So, very big excite. Monday stream, no, I always take Monday off because it's the program. I got like a shit ton of the program stuff. Exclamation point reaction. Go and follow the pod on your favorite podcast platform through LinkedIn or go subscribe on YouTube. Thank you for your work and putting up with me. No, you were lovely. All of you were lovely today. Some more than others, of course, but mucho apreciado to all of you anyways. I haven't rated the Turk in a million years. Oh, no, he's still introing. So let me raid. Thank you, Coyote, for the 3. Thank you very much. Let me raid. Fuck it, Denims. Or is she fucking finishing the stream? Quickly, before she finishes the stream. Quickly, run! 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 Run, goddammit! Quickly! Run! Don't finish it. Run! Run! Come on! 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 Squish through that, Cormusi. Goodbye. I love you. Smrt fascismu. Wah!